Hello, everyone.
And
Oh,
that's how I lost my right Pikachu. Oh, we're live.
shut your fucking mouth, my guy. Jesus Christ.
Why is
Uh,
there a bird?
I'm also.
That's me.
Why is.
Oh.
Why is
Why
Spook's
aren't you in
PNG
uniform?
not.
This is my uniform.
Why is.
Fair. You know what? Same as me. I'm just a hat. I haven't, they haven't made me a body yet.
Why is Spook's PNG not showing up?
Oh.
Spook, you're not real.
Spook,
What did you do?
What do you mean? I just joined. What do you mean?
You're not real, apparently.
What did you
Log
Damn.
into your
My
reactive
existence
maybe?
has
I
been.
don't know.
That's the funny thing. I am in the reactive.
Oh.
And
was
There you are!
Ah.
You popped up. We're all good.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
No,
so
don't turn me into
pretty.
chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets?
Also,
Someone's
that
gonna turn me
reminds
into
me,
chicken
I
nuggets.
need to, real fast,
But
pull...
real question, would you be a spicy chicken nugget because you are fire?
I need...
No, because fuck spicy chicken nuggets. Actually, wait. From where?
Y'all.
I don't know. I don't eat fast food, so I wouldn't know.
As long as it's not Wendy's.
Y'all.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
need to
nuggets
talk to
suck.
my chat, please.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, chat. Anyway. We're back with another reading stream while I'm real fast trying to put together a don't worry about that. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
I'm always worried
Intensely
about you.
worse. Yeah.
Listen, I had to bring up Kyle's punga, okay?
Oh my god.
I get a punga? Oh.
I get a
Yeah.
punga?
Oh my
I'm
god.
a
Is
punga,
that the
dude.
void?
Wow.
Hello, my baby girl Jade. Hi, Sky. Hello. The keyword is trying. Damn it, Fenrir, no!
God.
Leave me alone.
Oh yeah, now I remember that.
Anywho, so we are back. Yes, hello, we're back with more reading streams, more trauma, more sadness, and I'm here for it. As you can see, there's a lot of voice actors here. I didn't expect there to be this much. I'm ready. I'm living for it. I'm so happy for this because, oh man, we're starting off on a good fucking chapter, baby.
Ooh.
I'm also going to make my follower goal just a little bit smaller.
Fucking Kyle, bro.
I hate him.
They're gonna make it small like Phoenix.
Anywho, so
Looks like he's resting on your shoulder.
a quick little catch up to or like reminder of what happened last time. Our gang of underdogs managed to escape Zachariah's compound. Whoopee. Some events transpired. One of the biggest being that Nix and Danny made a little mistake.
Yeah, sure, a little.
Yeah, just a little one.
a little
Just a
mistake.
little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. A little mistake. They fucked, basically.
Damn.
Yeah, but after that, Nate and Nix had a little smooch session, so whoopee. They had their moment. They had their moment, and I love them for it. Anywho, after that, a rather very unfortunate event happened in the sense that our boy Danny, Mr. Aleda, was abducted by the Erebus Mafia, specifically Damien. And the poor guy was subjected to many, many uninterrupted hours of physical torture at the hands of Damien Erebus. Where Damien has been alluding to a secret that he hasn't been telling Danny about. He had told him about one portion, being that Danny was supposedly adopted by his family, and that the people who raised him are not his birth parents. Gasp. And we last left off with the group scrambling to try to get him out of there for obvious reasons. And that is basically where we are picking up today. So I'm going to pause my music because it will be distracting for everyone involved. Guh? Guh? Oh my god.
Why did it echo?
What did
You
what
like
echo?
gasp?
I don't know. I heard like an echo, and I was like, ugh.
Ugh. Oh my god. Hello?
Yeah. Agreed.
Agreed.
I agree with your statement there.
I agree.
Thank you, thank you.
I agree. Yes.
I
I
agree.
agree.
Oh my god, Sky, a 3-stream watch streak? That's so crazy.
Oh my god.
Although I'm not sure anybody will beat Pokey's record of 20 stream streak. I wish I was kidding. Like,
The only way to break that is the computer dies that day. No, my streak.
Damn, I'm barely at 6. No, it's okay, Feather. It's okay, cause we
I'll
still.
be right back.
Okay,
Yeah.
we still love you anyway, so it's okay. You don't have to worry.
No matter what number you are, you're
By the
still a
way.
number in my eyes.
I'm also. I should probably introduce the voice actors. I should be like a streamer.
Just a thought.
I should be like
Yeah,
a
like me.
streamer or something. Anyway,
You should be
hi.
like
If
our
you're hearing my voice
director,
right now,
our-
if you're hearing my voice right now, that means that you found me. I'm Jade Daimao. I'm the author of the series, and also I voice Nyx Valentino. Next to me in the corner, we have Katarina Marie. If one of my lovely mods wouldn't mind shouting her out, that would be big pog of you. The character that she voices is not prevalent in the series yet, so she is here just as a filler. But we love her anyway.
Yeah.
I love that people are just yelling outside of my office like I'm not live right now. That's so nice and considerate of them. Anyway,
I'll shoot him.
then on the other side of me, the white-haired motherfucker, we have Voltix.
Hello.
He voices Danny Aleda. I'm also nobody shouted out Kat. Why do you hate
Damn it.
everything? You bitch.
I tried, dude. Her name didn't pop up.
It's a bit. Her name is a bit long. It's.
I'm also realizing I straight up didn't launch my stream avatars. I'm a streamer.
What the fuck?
Give me a second. I'm
How-
so unprofessional.
How could you not let me have my Gunther waddling around
It's-
the screen?
Exclamation point SO at.
There-
There it is.
There's Kat's name if you want to copy that.
That actually helps so much.
What?
Yeah.
Ew.
There it is.
Truly, the only thing is like chat finally recognized that this person was in chat because
Yeah.
she commented. So now her name popped up when I typed it in.
Oh, I see, I
Hi.
see. Right, anywho, so
Yeah.
next up we have Voltix, who voices Danny Aleda. Hi. Right, so, voices Danny Aleda. True hero right there. Then we have the little hat.
Nothing bad happens to him.
Then we have the little hat that is on top of Mr. Aleda's head. That is Streaky Audios, who, again, his character is not prevalent in the story right now. Oh, I love that the
Don't
shout-out
have-
window is broken again. I love that.
Oh
I don't have a body. I'm just a hat.
I had to refresh it. There we go. I love, can't wait. Maybe
Yeah.
they'll fix that at some point in time.
If you want another shout out, I'll give you one that I'm using currently. If you want that.
What does that mean?
if you want a different, I had to change mine.
Oh, a
because I
different
used to have this one,
program. Oh,
because it
okay,
was-
okay. Yeah,
yeah.
that's a conversation for later. But
Yeah.
his character, again, not prevalent in the story right now, so he is also just here as a filler, but that is okay. Then,
I'll be here soon.
shut up. Next, we
No.
have the little burb that is next to Mr. Aleda. That is my friend, our communal friend. Peanut Butter, the man, the myth, the legend, Phoenix,
Hello.
who
Be my bubber.
is
I go great with honey mustard.
what?
Heard.
They keep
Hey.
on calling me chicken nuggets.
Okay, all right. You know, it's fine. So
don't know
Phoenix
which
here. Phoenix here voices Jesse Williams, also known as the Phoenix. Ha, see what I did there. Next in line we have Vito, brother Odev, VA. One of y'all, by the way, one of y'all better fucking shout out
Whoop.
Phoenix and Vito.
I don't have Phoenix's thing.
Phoenix, type in chat.
Ah!
Type it right now.
Oh my god, it won't let me. Oh, it.
What do you mean it won't let you?
No, because it just gave me the chat rules. Okay.
There we go.
All right, Phoenix.
I'm not gonna
Phoenix, here.
follow him.
Here. Put it up right now.
Right. Anywho, Vito over here voices both Orion and Kyle, both characters that no one here has met yet. Actually, met a little bit of Kyle at the end of, if you have gotten to the end of the second book. If you hadn't, then sucks to be you. Catch up, lol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you.
Next we have a deadly spook, who voices the man, the myth, the legend, Nathan Oliveira, my beloved.
Buenas tardes.
God damn it.
God, son of a bitch.
He just
Son of
said
a
hello,
bitch.
motherfuckers. He just said hello.
I don't give a shit, okay?
Fuck you.
It's hot.
Goddamn you, white people.
Hello?
That's fucking crazy.
Oh
Wow.
my god. Voltix!
Swear to God.
Whew. Anyway. Last but not least, we have Volmathrax, who, again, character is not currently prevalent in the story, so he is also here just as a filler, but we love him anyway.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
And Q spilled milk.
No.
I don't have your thing, I'm sorry.
He was typing in chat earlier.
Wait,
Yo,
what?
Volma, type in chat. This is a threat.
put the meters.
Type in chat, you bitch. Ooh woo. Not the ooh woo.
Oh no. All right.
Here we
God,
go.
God fucking.
Hate that.
You did not just type that.
Make me. Anyways, continue.
Right,
Uh,
right,
Oh, we're
right.
just
So
gonna move
there's
on.
our cast for today. More people may be coming and going at a later time, which is fine. We will figure that out when we get there.
Yeah.
Before. Oh, okay, later. Before we start with the reading, though, Kat, what? Why'd you? This is my channel.
Because you deserve to be shouted out as well.
It's my channel.
I wanted you to feel included, okay?
Hey,
I'm
guys,
pretty
welcome
sure
to
if
Shadow.
people
Remember,
are here, they know
follow
who I
this.
am.
I know, but
Get
you
shouted
deserve
out
to be
anyway,
shouted
nerd.
out too.
So just
It's
to
the
level
same
set up the
energy of-
Chase timeout, you know, the person that's currently streaming where you can just click on her name and...
Fenrir, you don't even work here.
Click
Did
the
you know
link
they
below.
write a book, dude? They're writing a book series currently right now.
Dude,
It's
you
called
Yeah.
Violet Eyes, bro.
Go buy
It's
it
crazy.
on Amazon.
You should literally check out.
where can I
God.
find it, dude?
Right on Amazon, actually.
just gonna
if
let
you
it
just
happen.
type in Violet Eyes.
Let me
by
go get the
Jane
link. Let me
Diamond.
go.
Speaking of Amazon, if you
Oh
have
my-
Amazon Prime, you know you can link it with your Twitch account and get
Oh,
a
for fuck's sake.
Prime subscription.
Wow, I didn't
Good way.
know that's where
Thanks, guys.
mine.
I'm so glad you guys are such a well of information.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blow up. Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
so before
Well,
we
well,
start,
well.
before we start the
Well,
reading,
Uh-huh.
I am obligated
Take
to
insurance.
inform chat of the list of trigger warnings.
Oh, it's
I
just-
forgot about
yeah.
that.
Forgot about that is crazy.
Especially for this chapter. Fuck
Especially
it.
for
it just
this
happens
chapter.
so much. you
So,
know?
if one of my mods could could type down the trigger warnings in chat and pin them while I say them, that would be very cool of you.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not good at shorthand. I'm sorry.
trigger warnings include. In fact, I'll just go up to the introduction right here on screen so y'all can
That's
see
what
it.
I'm doing.
Right.
Yeah.
So, trigger
Just copy
warnings
and paste
include graphic blood and gore, descriptions of physical and psychological torture, strong language, sexual themes, panic attacks, and themes of self-harm and suicide. Teehee.
Teehee.
You really had to add the tee on that part, did you?
Uh-huh.
honest,
Especially
right?
this particular cluster of chapters that we are going to be reading, they are very heavy, very dark. They cover very heavy and dark topics, and a lot of those trigger warnings. So,
Heavy
Pres-
and dark is what called me back during my porn star days.
I'm sorry, what?
That was my prison name.
Hello?
Oh,
Nani?
I don't even know about this.
Yeah.
Hides red flag Damien Alter. Oh, Fenrir. Oh, this chapter's gonna just send you on a roller coaster of emotions, buddy.
Oh, I can't wait.
Thank you, Katarina. Mwah.
You're welcome.
Oh, you pinned the laugh. Fucking.
Ping the
That's
laugh.
it.
Oh, god damn it, Ken.
There we go. Nailed it.
You're hard.
All right. So, without
Thank you.
further ado, I think it's fucking time.
Let's
Nice.
read.
Phoenix,
Next.
you said that you wanted to be narrator, right?
Yeah, I can be narrator.
Very cool. By the way, before we start and anything happens, chat, eye contact.
Eye contact.
Ow.
If there are any audio issues, for the love of God, tell me.
Right when we
Don't
start
be
reading, everyone
scared.
mutes.
For
Mouth
the
if you
love
do
of
let her
all
know.
that is holy, tell me. I don't want to repeat
Chapter eight.
of what happened while we were reading through the draft version, and we were 2 hours into stream before anyone told me that they could barely hear the voice actors.
Oh, that's fucky.
Do we want to do like a sound
Shut up,
check?
Vito.
for-
Vito.
Vito, don't even play with me because I almost believed you. Because it would not be the first time that I sucked as a streamer.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
All right, chat. I thought you guys wanted me to trust you.
That's your first mistake.
Fucking bitches.
Trust in this
Love
household.
you too.
Fucking bitches. All of
Trump-
ya. The
Trump's
lot of
against
ya.
Trump.
Fucking bitches. I'll fucking kill you all.
Nah, I'll kill you first.
I am the overseeing deity that rules over all of your favorite characters. Don't fucking play with me.
Yeah, you're right. The amount of times he started me was
Yeah.
yeah.
Phoenix! You fucking slut!
I know, just for you though.
Damn.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so we start off this chapter with a Narissa line. Katarina, you may fire when ready.
What's the plan again?
Narissa asked the group as Nate pulled the van out of his mother's driveway, as she watched nervously from the porch.
Alright, I'll be Soul. I'll be Soul. I'm also realizing I gotta turn up Phoenix a smidgen just in my own headphones. Okay. I need water because I have to drop into a lower octave for Soul.
Hydrate.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. sweet.
Phoenix is a bit low. Yeah, I'm fixing it!
No.
I'm trying my best.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Jack is going to be flying above the estate to give us an overhead view. Nate is going to be our link to Jack and give us a warning if shit goes south with our outside crew.
Soul said as she looked towards Nyx and Ray's.
Reese.
Reese, sorry. I literally, as I was saying it, I was like, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong. Fuck.
Once they start their distraction, Neri and I are sneaking in through the back window. It's the closest entrance to the dungeon.
Soul's eyes suddenly harden as Reese and Nyx.
You guys need to know something. The odds are small, but if you two see my dad, Korekage, run.
Everyone in the van stiffened at the ice in her tone.
I'm serious. Don't be cocky. Don't test your luck. Just run.
What about Danny then?
Reese spoke up.
We can't just leave him here. We can't just leave him there to die because of your old man.
We can still save Danny. We just have to keep my dad away from us until we can get him out. Besides, this is all unlikely. He almost never leaves his ivory tower.
Soul mocked in a slightly frustrated tone.
Nerissa, you got your bottle?
Heck.
She said as she lifted her water bottle that had a strap attached so she could carry it hands-free.
Good. Now, we're counting on your guys' distraction so we can get to Danny as fast as possible. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. There's a strong chance that Danny will be barely clinging to life when we find him. He probably won't be able to run until Nerissa heals him.
Soul spoke coldly, but she held a tint of deep concern.
Don't worry. We'll make sure no one bothers you.
Reese said firmly as he and Nyx nodded at each other. He didn't care how difficult this was going to be. He didn't even know exactly what was going on in that dungeon.
I hope you're ready to narrate some heavy shit.
Literally,
No.
the scene changed and it just goes, Danny's screams echoed through the cavernous room again as Damien slammed a blunt shadow on his foot, shattering it. Damien laughed madly as Danny's scream died down.
Oh, I love your screams. I can't wait to hear what your pathetic friends sound like.
Chat says they still can't hear me.
I turned you up more. You're almost completely maxed. I guess try to speak louder.
I just have to speak up.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Firmly
Yeah.
grasping.
Being a raised volume of octave.
Damien taunted as he leaned forward, hoping to hear Danny beg for mercy and beg for his friends' lives. But Danny Danny wasn't built that way.
You won't be able to, because they're gonna wipe that smug grin right off your face.
Danny taunted as he lifted his throbbing head with a weak smile. Damien responded by bringing up another shadow tendril with a sharp edge and a fine point. It shot forward before stopping in a hair's breadth away from stabbing into the underside of Danny's chin. Danny barely even reacted. He only lifted his chin slightly as he looked into Damien's eyes with a blank look.
Still haven't broken that will.
Damien said quietly, before the tendril moved and slowly dragged down Danny's chest, cutting deep into his skin as he screamed in agony.
Seems I'm not trying hard enough.
He added as he recalled the tendril, and Danny's head dropped in exhaustion.
You remember those friends of yours who will bravely storm this estate to save you?
Damien was taunting him again.
What if I told you that one of them was a member of your true family?
Danny's head rose slowly, and his frantic eyes peeked through his white hair that was tarnished with crimson.
What? You're lying.
Danny uttered softly. Damien only chuckled.
I may be devilishly handsome and frighteningly powerful, but I am no liar, Daniel.
Danny looked off into space and thought for a moment. before his head snapped up to Damien.
Last time you were here, you mentioned a sister. Who? Who was it?
Danny yelled as he struggled against his restraints, ignoring the pains surging through his body. Damien sent his fist into Damien sent his fist into Danny's face, sending him back against the backrest with a low groan.
Well, look who's interested now.
He said as he flexed his fingers.
You know, for priding yourself on how intelligent you are, you're surprisingly unobservant.
Damien leaned down to look at Danny with a look of amusement. A smile spread across Damien's lips as he watched a horrid look of realization fill Danny's eyes.
Nerissa?
Danny whispered, barely audible.
There it is.
Damien said loudly as he stood up straight with a flourish.
That's right. Your little sister is going to be walking right into my hands. I wonder how her screams sound.
Danny looked off into space in shock. His entire world was turning upside down as he realized his entire life was a lie. This entire time he had a sister? This entire time he had a little sister. She was there the whole time. She healed him after they escaped the compound. She trusted him without a second thought. Now, after just finding out the truth, he could lose it all. Danny jolted back into focus when Damien stabbed him stabbed him again with the dagger. In his shoulder this time. He screamed in agony. While Damien laughed again, the door to the room creaked open, and another faceless voice called out again.
Someone.
Sir.
Sure.
No.
No, you do it. You do it. You go with that.
Oh my god, we have Reese! Let's fucking go!
Welcome.
By the way,
I'm an enigma wrapped in a nightmare.
you're also not in uniform.
Oh shit!
Why?
Hold on.
Why aren't you in uniform?
Somebody insert the squeaky steps.
Should I Commander
that.
Dolly Hewitt?
Yes,
Should
please.
you what?
Sir, scouts have confirmed that they've mobilized.
Here, I'm
I'm
gonna.
not
My
thinking.
God.
I like it.
Here,
Damien.
Sigma is going to be floating above Volma. There you go. man.
Above the void.
Yes.
You said Damien?
Reese!
You mean Reese?
Leave me alone, it's
Yeah,
fine.
link.
It's fine.
You're doing good.
Anyway,
You're doing good.
Sigma, we are currently on page 93, about halfway down the page. The manuscript is inside chat if you need it.
Okay, page 93, halfway down the page. Roger.
Like right above this scene
Shut
change.
it.
Next 92.
Now this is page 93.
Oh, what?
Are you reading the physical book or the manuscript?
I'm reading the actual book.
Ah,
The actual book is off.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
you
reading the
ordered it
manuscript.
mad early, so you have the unedited version, so it's not
Well.
accurate.
Time to get another one.
God
It's a
damn.
limited edition.
Oh no!
It's-
Exactly.
Yeah, Katarina over here got the limited edition.
I'm not
That was-
selling this shit for it.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'll get mine signed when I meet the author.
Hello.
Wrap that shit in cellophane.
God damn it.
Put it in a
Drown
jar.
resin.
Can you sign my arm so I could tattoo it?
Oh
This is
my
my
god.
book. This is Friday night. It is one of a kind.
Guys, please.
Pull it up
Am I
by
blushing
the
or? Oh my
fireplace.
god. Like,
Oh my
For
god.
the first time.
No! Anyway, moving on.
Wait.
Section.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Damien taunted in Danny's face as he pushed the knife further into his shoulder, holding Danny against the backrest of the chair. Danny gritted his teeth to choke down the pain, feeling more fear than he had felt the entire time he was trapped in this hell, although it was mixed along with hope that he might finally escape.
Scene change.
Scene change. Mary's van eased to the top. Wait, oh, to the top. To the Mary's van
you're doing
eased
great,
to
buddy.
a stop. I'm trying.
You're doing great, buddy.
Alright, Mary's van eased to a stop in a hidden spot in the tree line surrounding the estate. It was dark outside, which made the group nervous. Nate turned off the van and turned around to face his friends.
Well, here we are. Time to party.
Nate turned his head to Nyx and Ray's.
Are you sure you guys will be okay?
Yeah, just be fast.
Nyx said as she looked at Sol and Nerissa. They both nodded back at her. The door of the van slid open, and they all got out.
Oh, who's gonna fill in for Jack?
Wait, remind me how Jack.
You're up.
Okay.
Ah, all right. Well, yeah, here we go. Cool. Whew. All right. Narrator.
Oh, shit. Jack said quietly as he flexed his arm downward, and his raven black wings sprouted from his shoulder blades. He shot up into the air as Rays and Nyx ran towards the main gate. As Nyx bent down and interlocked her fingers, Rays turned to look at Nate, Sol, and Miri, who were peeking around the side of the brick wall. Nate nodded at him before Rays placed his foot in Nyx's interlocked hands. Rays was launched over the wall thanks to Nyx's ability-enhanced strength. He landed on the opposite side before Nyx leapt over with a pale purple glow surrounding her. She landed on the ground like it was nothing more than a short hop. Rays was stepping forward into the front courtyard before he brought his fingers to his mouth and whistled loudly at Nyx as Nyx walked up next to him. It wasn't long before several...
Erebus.
Thank you. I was going to say Erebus, and I was just
Erebus?
like, how you pronounce
Erebus.
My
can't
brain
wait
just
to-
tells me to pronounce it how it's spelled, and I know that's not wrong.
Sounds like someone's trying to say.
Erebus had some Parmesan cheese.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Sigma!
Who's that? I'm not here.
You say I'm in chat, I'm not even here. Shut up. You may continue, Phoenix.
It wasn't long before several Erebus guards appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the two of them.
You children really are as stupid as baby and shit.
They're a Japanese mafia. What are you doing?
The one exchange from like London. Oi, we're pulling the baby. This little fight.
They outsourced the help.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
One grunt said as he stepped forward, already holding a handgun. Nyx swallowed in fear while Rays remained deadpan.
You ready for this?
Rays asked as he turned his head towards Nyx slightly. Nyx took a deep breath.
Do I really have a choice?
The sounds of fighting and gunfire sounded through the still night as Nate, Sol, and Nerissa crept along the outer wall of the estate until they reached the back. The two girls then heard Nate's voice in their heads.
I'm gonna stay right here and keep a mental connection with all of you. Get in there and get Danny.
The girls nodded at him before Sol moved her hands in front of her, with her palms facing the ground. Her shadows expanded, just like it had before. She and Nerissa were lifted over the wall on the platform of shadow that formed under them, Soul brought the shadow all the way to the ground to make as little noise as possible.
So, what if we're seen? There's no way the whole mafia went out there, and they will not pull their punches or stabs.
Nerissa asked with uneasiness in her voice.
You have full permission to go lethal. I certainly will.
Soul responded darkly. Nerissa fidgeted nervously. She had a strict no-kill policy that she adhered to. She told herself that she would just go for knocking them out if they were spotted. Soul placed her fingers against the windowsill, and as Shadow slinked under the window, it crawled up the glass before wrapping around the latch and unlocking it. The two girls quietly climbed through the window and left it open behind them. They were in a large and posh-looking kitchen, not a person to be seen. Soul led Nerissa down the hallway before coming to a stop at the second door on their left. Once they both entered the room, all Nerissa saw was a huge library with dusty old books lining the walls.
So, this is a library.
Nerissa said quietly as Soul walked over to a desk that was on the far right of the room. She reached under it and Nerissa heard soft clicks. She jolted slightly when one bookshelf shifted backwards and moved to the side, revealing a staircase leading down into the darkness. Nerissa peeked down into the dark hallway, and she swallowed before Soul placed a hand on her shoulder.
Can you handle this?
Soul asked as she looked down the empty corridor as well. Nerissa glanced at Soul before looking ahead of her. She hated to admit it, but she was scared. She had no idea what she was going to see when they found Danny. One thing was for sure. If she didn't go down there, she'd never see Danny again. She nodded swiftly with determination in her eyes. When the two girls reached the bottom of the stairs, they entered a large room with 3 men in the center, standing in a line.
Soul.
Oh.
The man in the middle spat out.
Oh shit. And apparently
I'm trying to do my job, but I'm panicking.
He's not happy about it. Oh fuck. Anyway. Riley.
Soul used the man's name as a weapon through gritted teeth. It was at that moment that Nerissa suddenly heard Nate's voice in her head.
Relaying a message from Soul. Focus on dodging and wait for an opportunity to get past them. You have to reach Danny. Stay calm, Nerissa.
Nerissa took a deep breath and readied herself. The 3 men raised their hands in unison, and a large collection of shadow tendrils snaked from the ground, whipping and swirling around them. The tendrils barreled towards the 2 girls, who took off in separate directions. Soul ran to the right before sweeping her arm across her body, and a large tendril shot from her shadow on the wall. It went for a lethal stab into the man to the left of Riley, but he spun his body to dodge it with centimeters to spare. He used the momentum of his spin to swing his arm and send another tendril back at her. It clipped Soul on the side, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground.
No!
Nerissa shouted in concern as she halted in her tracks.
I'm fine.
Soul shouted back as she used the momentum of the fall to carry her back to her feet. Soul grunted loudly as she lifted both of her arms in front of her, a dozen tendrils lifted from her shadow. She then thrust her hands forward with another loud yell, and the tendrils shot towards the 3 men. That's when Nerissa made her move. She sprinted to the far left of the room, trying to get around the 3 men while Soul was launching her attack. She got a few feet away from the door before she heard Soul shouting in pain. Nerissa whipped her head around and saw Soul being whipped into the wall opposite of them. She was knocked unconscious from the impact.
So,
Nerissa shouted in concern before her breath caught in her throat. The three men turned around to face her with menacing smiles.
Uh-oh. Looks like you're all alone now.
One man taunted her with a manic look in his eyes. Nerissa tensed before the men sent more tendrils at her. She leapt out of the way before sending a water whip at the man closest to her. She hit him in the head so hard that he was knocked out cold, one down. From behind her, a tendril wrapped around her wrist and lifted her off the ground before throwing her across the room. She let out a coughing grunt as she slammed into the wall before falling to the ground. Nerissa lifted her head slowly to see two men walking towards her.
You're so pathetic. Going for the noble and non-lethal approach. Weak.
Riley spoke down at her. A shadow tendril wrapped around her foot and pulled her, throwing her into another wall. She yelled again as blood spurted from her mouth. She was struggling to lift herself off the ground before she stopped, hearing a sound that made her blood turn cold again. She could hear Danny screaming. Nerissa's eyes shot wide open. Even if her vision was foggy, the two men looking down at her laughed darkly.
You hear that?
Riley taunted as he bent down on one knee in front of Nerissa.
That's the sound of weakness. Such a wonderful sound, don't you think?
Nerissa's eyes focused on the door, hearing Danny scream in agony behind it. It was faint, but she could definitely hear it.
It makes sense that you're so weak, like him. I guess you really are siblings.
Riley growled through his taunting tone. Nerissa's eyes flicked to look at Riley.
what?
She whispered in confusion.
You heard me.
Riley said as he flicked his wrist and a shadow tendril coiled around Nerissa's throat and lifted her off the ground while she choked and gasped, trying to pry the shadows off her throat.
Unfortunately, Damien wants me to keep you alive so he can end you in front of your brother's eyes. He wants to break that pathetic boy before he kills him.
Riley said darkly as Nerissa's mind raced. Something inside her was bubbling up, almost at the surface. Nerissa could hear Danny scream again, echoing in her ears before her mind finally snapped.
Unfortunately,
Nerissa choked out as she struggled to breathe.
for you.
She growled out as her eyes glowed a vibrant blue. She flicked her hand upward and water from the bottle shot out, froze to a point, and stabbed through the bottom of Riley's chin. Blood splattered on Nerissa's face and clothes as the shadows around her throat loosened and faded away. Nerissa landed on the ground with a look of cold distaste on her face and not paying any attention to the flecks of blood on her as she glared at the final man. He took one step backwards, trying to hide his fear.
What's wrong?
Nerissa taunted in a cheery voice, her eyes shifting to more manic look.
You don't look so confident now.
The man, whose name she didn't care to learn, looked at her and scoffed.
Please, all I need to do is get rid of that water and you're useless again.
He replied with a hesitant tone.
Oh,
Nerissa sighed with a smile.
it's cute that you think that.
She mused as she lifted her hand and bent her fingers like she was gripping an invisible apple. The man seized and his eyes went wide before Nerissa closed her fist, and the man suddenly screamed in agony. A sickening crunch sounded through the room as the man's kneecaps exploded. Nerissa walked up to the man as he laid on the ground, yelling in violent pain. She kneeled on one knee in front of him.
Now, I'm going to go get my brother while you stay here and bleed out on the ground. Cool? Cool.
Nerissa
God
patted the
damn
man.
it, Nerissa. Sorry, I just needed to get that out. Fuck!
No, go for it. She bad bitch.
She a bad bitch.
My knees, man.
My niece!
She took my kneecaps.
I knew sure people were going to get
We
me
joke
at some
about it
point.
all the time, but Nerissa actually did it. Shit. Anyway, proceed.
Where the fuck was I? Oh, okay. Nerissa patted the man on the back before she ran forward and through the door that led to the dungeon. Danny's scream had long stopped at this point. Nerissa's heart started racing as she got closer to the steel door. She had a brother that was alive. She just needed to save him. She needed to. Nerissa burst through the door, and it felt like her heart stopped.
Danny.
She uttered before sprinting forwards. Tears tugged at her eyes as she got a good look at the horrible state he was in. Lacerations and stab wounds coating his body, bruises and dried blood covered what the cuts didn't. Nerissa kneeled down in front of him so he wouldn't have to lift his head. She brought up her hand and gently moved his head so she could see his eyes.
Danny? Are you alive? Please be alive.
She pleaded as the tears fell. She felt a breath of fresh air when Danny's eyes fluttered open slightly.
Nerissa.
His voice was hoarse and quiet, like there was barely any breath left in his lungs.
You're here.
The tone of relief in Danny's voice broke Nerissa's heart.
You're right.
Katarina, I'm crying. Give me a sec. Not the I'm crying. Give me a sec. Like I said, we are diving right in, chat.
God damn.
There's no time for breathing.
I mean, I ain't got no neck. I can
Literally.
stand.
Literally. Okay.
Oh, take your second to cry. I want my water.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm just, oh.
Oh.
My fault.
Shut
no,
up, you
Damon's
fucking
fault.
voice actor.
This depression is brought to you by Vitamins. Get it now.
For only $24.99, or if you want the hardcover, $44.99.
Get the Get the hardcover so it can withstand the tears that you're about to do.
Real.
You get mad, you can throw it against the wall.
Want extra damage? Get the
You know what?
hardcover.
Now I'm actually going to get the hard version so I can throw it.
Yo, bro says she wants the hard version. Damn.
Nick's got
The
the
hard-
hard version.
I'll kill you.
I don't know
Every
about the cover, but
opportunity.
you know what else is hard? That's fucking depression.
Okay, recite check it.
Okay,
Let's
right.
roll it back.
Ooh, lock it back in.
Lock it. Depression, go.
Okay. Nerissa's voice broke as she smiled weakly.
I know.
Nerissa added as she gently hugged him, and Danny let out a weak groan of pain.
Sorry, here. Let me help you.
Nerissa said as she motioned her hands between the two of them, and the rest of the water flowed out of her bottle and balled up in her hands. She moved the water onto Danny's chest as it glowed brightly, bathing him in both the blue glow bathing them both in the blue glow as Danny sighed in intense relief. Nerissa had prioritized the most debilitating injuries first, his shattered foot and the 2 stab wounds in his shoulder and thigh. However, she didn't have enough water to heal all of his injuries. but at least he could walk now.
I started to think you guys weren't coming.
Oh, that hurt my heart. Danny said quietly, "Well, fuck you too."
You caused me crave all rage. You caused me crave when I read this bitch. You're gonna suffer as well.
Not in front of my tacos.
Sorry, man.
I'm so sorry, Danny. We got here as fast as we could. Just stay quiet. It will get.
Nerissa was interrupted by her own loud scream as a shadow tendril stabbed through her shoulder, just under her collarbone. Danny felt like time had stopped. Danny's eyes widened in horror as Nerissa's blood splattered on his face and chest. She was yanked away from Danny as he violently struggled to break free of his binds. Damien appeared from the darkness again, out of nowhere, with a look of satisfaction on his face.
I've been waiting for you.
Damien said as he looked down at Nerissa before turning his attention to Danny.
Looks like she healed a few of your injuries. Pity. Oh well. On the bright side, you're in a better state of mind to watch me slaughter your sister.
Damien finished with a sickening grin.
You get your disgusting tendrils off her, or I will rip your throat out.
Danny growled in rage.
Woof.
He was finally in.
Sorry, I'm sorry. My fault, gang.
Did you say bottom? That's crazy.
Oh, rawr.
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 My fault, gang. I'm sorry. Please, that was my fault. I will take full responsibility. Moving
Guys,
on.
remember, we're trying to be serious here.
Listen.
We were
Serious
locked
business.
in and then just left.
I'm sorry.
When we tried to do a serious reading.
That was physics is all that was. I couldn't stop myself. You may proceed.
He was finally in a clear state of mind, and he knew one thing. He was furious. Damien hummed evenly.
Wrong answer.
I'm sorry. I'm composing myself. He growled as he sent a large shadow tendril straight towards Danny's stomach. A slow, burning kill shot. Danny smiled before he jerked his body around, pivoting the chair so the tendril stabbed into the side of the chair's backrest instead. The chair was destroyed and Danny was suddenly rolling across the floor. He groaned a bit, realizing he still had many internal injuries that Nerissa couldn't heal. Danny quickly got to his feet and glared daggers at Damien.
Interesting.
Damien purred in amusement as Danny narrowed his eyes. He still had his hands bound behind his back. Nerissa stared at them in fear, realizing that Danny's condition would make fighting very difficult. Suddenly, a shadow snaked around Nerissa's throat, lifting her off the ground. 2 more tendrils wrapped around her wrists, holding her hands away from her body so she couldn't use her ability. Damien then smiled darkly at Danny before he could thrust his hands forward, sending another sharpened tendril towards him. Danny had another vision crash into him. He saw the tendril stab straight through his heart, killing him. Danny smiled as the vision ended, and he leaped into the air, pivoting his body at a perfect angle so the tendril cut into the binding around his hands. He was free.
I'm warning you, Damien.
Danny growled as he balled his fist, wiping the blood from the side of his face. Damien laughed in response before he sent 2 more tendrils flying at Danny.
Oh.
He grinned again before he spun his body to the side, and the tendrils narrowly missed him. Danny took the opportunity and sprinted forwards to close the gap between him and Damien, whose eyes widened slightly as he realized Danny had improved since their last fight, significantly. Damien flicked his hand upward and sent a shadow spike from below. Danny spun his body to build momentum into a tall leap. The spike shot underneath Danny's back as his body spun in the air before his fist was carried into Damien's jaw. He was knocked to the ground, and Danny planted his foot in his chest.
What's wrong, fucker?
Danny growled as he shifted his foot to Damien's throat.
I thought I was a coward.
Dog! Sorry, Vito, I cut you off. Please do that again.
No.
No, you lost
Stop
it.
it.
That's your one
You
chance.
are Koshiki.
Woo!
Ooh. Damien choked out in response.
Observe.
Damien said before Danny heard Nerissa letting out a choking yell of pain. He whipped his head up to see that Damien had tightened the shadows around her throat, cutting off her air as another tendril stabbed her in the same spot as the first time. Damien was expecting Danny to run to her or beg for her life. Instead, Danny acted without thinking and took the dagger from Damien's belt. He then stabbed the dagger into the side of Damien's throat. What?
Yeah, baby! Yeah,
No!
baby! Yeah, baby!
Daddy, no!
Good riddance. Good riddance.
Good. Yeah.
Good riddance.
I just can't
What's
with
wrong, fucker? What's wrong? Call me a coward one more time. Oh, wait, you can't.
Oh shit!
Choking on your own blood, I
Some-
see.
Something
Sorry, were
stuck
you
in your
saying
throat.
something?
Oh! Oh shit!
Anyway, so I
Proceed.
continue.
Yeah.
Doc said you didn't roll metal with him.
He has
He didn't
been
say
sitting on that fucking rant for like a week. I can smell it. Like,
He's been waiting for this moment.
How'd
Alright.
you know?
I can't wait for my
Alright.
moment.
His eyes opened wide in shock as his mouth hung open. Danny could see the blood quickly filling Damien's throat as he choked violently. Danny leaned close to Damien's face.
I warned you.
He growled through gritted teeth. He watched the life leave Damien's eyes, taking a strange pleasure in knowing that Damien died suffering. Nerissa was slowly lowered to the ground as the shadow loosened and faded away. Just as Danny removed the knife from Damien's throat, he heard quick footsteps approaching the door, and Sol entered the room. Shock appeared across her face as she saw the scene before her. She saw Nerissa sitting on the ground, clutching a bloody wound, while her eyes were glued to the man that Danny had just murdered. She saw Danny, his clothes torn, tattered, and stained with blood. He stood over her brother's corpse with his blood-soaked knife gripped in hand. Danny looked blankly at Sol before his face morphed into gentle regret.
So, I know how this looks, but
Danny was interrupted when Sol did something unexpected. She hugged him. Danny ignored his body's painful protest and accepted the hug. His arms hung limp at his sides, and the dagger slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground. Sol backed away from him and looked at Nerissa.
are you okay?
She asked as she bent down. Nerissa glanced at Danny and caught his eyes. He subtly shook his head.
Nerissa?
Didn't realize I was muted.
Unfortunate.
I'm fine.
Nerissa said quietly. She realized that now was not the time to share the news they'd learned.
Good. Then let's go. We need to grab the others and get out of here. Nate told me things are getting intense outside.
Soul said before she helped Narissa to her feet. Danny scooped up the dagger that fell from his hand and left the room with his friends, leaving Damien's corpse on the ground.
Scene change, baby!
We did it, guys.
Guys.
We can go city.
Hold on, you're way too good for the upcoming scene here, brother.
It's fine.
My throat's like, finally it's over.
I felt that.
Anyway.
Danny don't growl. Danny rarely do that.
Only when he's very, very angry.
Very, very angry.
Yeah, Danny,
Oh,
Danny
that
went a
water
little
tastes
mad.
so good.
You went a little mad, but that's okay.
He did a little bit.
A little upsetty spaghetti.
No!
Cease. Proceed.
Soul lowered the three of them to the ground with the help of another shadow platform. Nate peeked his head out from the bushes and his eyes went wide.
Danny,
He sighed with relief.
you're alive.
He looked at Danny and his heart hurt a bit. Battered and bloody, clothes torn, dark circles under his eyes, his normally snow-white hair tarnished with blood. He may be alive, but he was not okay.
Let's just go, please.
Danny said quietly, and the group began moving towards the front of the property, hearing the sounds of fighting and gunfire that had been sounding since they first arrived. Soul lifted her fingers into her mouth and whistled loudly, signaling to Ray's and Nyx that it was time to retreat as Nate helped Danny into the van. Inside the wall, Ray's and Nyx heard the whistle as clear as day and exchanged a look.
They got Danny.
Nyx yelled after she sent a roundhouse into the side of a mafia grunt's head, knocking him out.
Reese, go. I'm right behind you.
She said before Reese had nodded at her, and he took off towards the gate. Nyx turned back towards the dozen grunts that were left over, and she lifted her leg high into the air. The violet glow in her eyes grew brighter as she slammed her foot onto the ground with a loud grunt. The stone beneath her foot crumbled and rippled out around her, sending the grunts flying into the air. A few feet before they fell harshly onto the ground as Reese scaled the front gate with little effort. Nyx's eyes faded back to blue as she whipped around and sprinted towards the gate. She leaped over it with the help of her ability and joined her friends in the van.
Pardon. Wait.
No.
How dare you? Wait. Where's Jack?
Soul asked the group when he was noticeably absent.
There.
Nate said as he pointed past her. She turned around to see him landing on his feet, about 10 feet away from the van.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. My fault. I forgot that I'm Soul. I'm sorry. Come on, dude. Hurry.
Soul yelled as she motioned her hand into the open door of the van.
You got it. I believe.
It only took me like 7 paragraphs to realize I was pronouncing a name wrong, but
Bless your heart, man.
It was then that Soul's world shattered. An ultra black shadow. Sorry, I don't like where this is going.
Oh, no!
It was then that
It was the pause, just the immediate pause of, oh no.
Oh no.
Sucks.
Read it.
an ultra
Read it.
no, no, water. An ultra black
Ow.
shadow spike shot out of Jack's chest from behind him, right through his heart.
Oh god. Hang on.
That emotion in there.
Jack?
Soul murmured as her eyes went wide. Jack looked down at the shadow spike sticking out of his chest, and he lifted his shaking hand. Gripped the spike tightly, almost like he didn't believe that it was real. He looked up at her, looked back up into her eyes as blood spilled from his mouth.
Volma?
Oh my god. Where are we at? I was sending a cat meme.
I was sending a
Soul.
cat meme.
The rest of us emotional.
We're at page 106.
Okay,
Near
I'm on
the
the right
bottom.
page at least. I haven't highlighted. Alright, okay.
Yeah. Second to last paragraph.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Soul.
He choked out as his wings fell limp behind him, his voice cutting through the horrifying silence that filled the woods.
Run. It's
He whispered before he coughed once, and more blood flowed from his lips.
Oh, fuck.
Soul.
Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, God. Hang on. Sorry. I'm having a moment.
It's okay. We
Well, bottle up.
This.
Goddamn.
I need some water for this. I gotta prep for this.
Understandable.
I'm not
Yo.
prepped for anything.
Okay. Can you read me back in?
He whispered before he coughed once, and more blood flowed from his lips.
Jack!
Soul screamed as she tried to climb out of the van and run to him, yelling in protest as Narissa held her back. The spike was swiftly pulled from Jack's back, and his body dropped to the ground, revealing the last pair of menacing eyes anyone wanted to see.
Oh, Kuroi Kage.
Thank you. Kuroi Kage. Nate's eyes widened in a mixture of horror and fear.
Shit. We need to go, Soul.
Nate yelled as he started the engine.
No. No!
Soul shrieked as Narissa held her back from running out of the van.
Look, I'm sorry, Soul. I really am. But if we don't leave now, he's gonna kill us all.
Nate said as he shifted gears and slammed his foot on the gas. Kuroi flicked his hands upwards, and a monstrous tendril of shadow flowed from the ground and shot down, aiming for the van.
Shit. Hold on.
Nate yelled out before he jerked the wheel to avoid the tendril. The passengers were sent right into the side of the van's interior, Danny groaning in response. He wasn't fully healed, and the adrenaline was fading now. His body filled with aching pain again. The tendril stabbed into the ground with a large eruption, causing the van to lurch forward. Nate shoved the gas pedal to the ground, and the passengers lurched back into their seats, driving off into the night. The van was silent. Even Soul was disturbingly silent, as she stared at her lap with Narissa rubbing her back, knowing how close she was to Jack. There was so much that needed to be said about the past few hours, about the sacrifice that Jack made. But the wounds were still too fresh. Right now, they only wanted to focus on not losing anyone else.
Rest
God
and power check.
damn it.
Ugh.
Damn.
Gotta come on, yeah.
Jack really said, Soul, I don't feel so good.
I'll kill you. Oh my god.
Big brother
Shouldn't-
play?
I shouldn't laugh, but
I feel so bad, but
Oh my god. Now Vito can say his fucking bit. Vito can do.
Oh.
Damn, that was a real heart stopper, huh?
Oh my
Uh-huh.
god.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Jay, I'll kill you. May's not here, but I'll kill her too, man.
Oh my
somebody who you
My
won't kill?
boy, man.
And now Vito can say Jack, and everyone will know.
No, I was gonna say, you know somebody who you won't kill?
Me?
Jack. He's already dead.
Oh, oh my god!
That's so true. That's
Oh.
Damn. And here's hoping I was
Look at
gonna
you
get
did!
money
You
on that.
killed him! Oh,
Fuck.
he's back. Oh, fuck!
No.
Fucking-
Damn, he did.
Oh,
Oh.
I guess I did voice Jack, so.
Oh!
I forgot that's what happens when you leave and come back.
Same.
Yeah,
thought
I
was
won't do
gonna
it
get
again on
some money.
purpose, I promise.
On purpose, he says.
Yeah, if I disconnect,
My fault,
okay,
gang.
no.
Anyway, whew. It's Vito.
Oh, my heart. Oh.
What a
I
chapter.
just
man.
want to commend all of you for this chapter. Excellent voice acting all around.
Oh my
that
god.
Is that what
Real
Hit the
deep.
Road Jack
Very good.
is from?
Clap, clap.
Hit the road, Jack. Don't you ever come back.
The what?
well, he won't come back
Wait,
no more.
Wait, what?
Okay, he's coming back.
Yeah.
He definitely ain't going.
Also, I agree.
Yeah.
Excellent fucking job on the voice acting, just from everyone.
Fucking beautiful.
Ugh,
I didn't
beautiful.
mean to make you cry. My fault.
Dude,
hope
Like
you
it's
know.
Voltix?
I heard my name.
Wow, just
You
wow,
did an excellent
Voltix.
job narrating.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I did so much better than I thought my dyslexic ass would.
If somebody
Well, you
else
did wonderful
wants
job.
to take over narration to give Phoenix a little break, because that was quite a long chapter.
I don't mind
That's the chat.
continuing if no one else wants to.
If you want to break, I can take out shot, but that's if you want to break.
If you
I'm
want
gonna
to
have
do
to
it,
take
go
me a
for
quick nap. I'm so sorry.
it. No, wake up. Drink some caffeine.
No.
I've been up since this time yesterday.
That's your fault.
Take a
Thank
nap.
you. Thank you.
Go take it. Go
Thank you.
take a nap. Go take a nap,
Go
please.
sleep well.
I'm sorry. I
Sleep
was
well,
like-
my dude.
I wasn't tired until I stopped speaking as Damien, and then like it hit me all at once, and I was like, "Fuck."
Damien trained you, man.
Guys, my character died. I'm going to bed now.
I'm
then
gonna
I've
go
got-
eat these.
I've got no more lines for the rest of the book.
Yeah.
You could always, you know, it's fine. Just go to sleep.
God.
Go sleepy sleep.
I'm just the various goons that appear.
Just say.
The various goons.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Apparently,
The
boss
boss-
is off.
They killed the boss's son.
Oh fuck!
Apparently, the Japanese mafia hires some dudes from like
Brooklyn.
Guernsey or something.
Hey, hey,
From
look,
Queens.
we here in the Goonion, we outsource to all sorts. Okay, we.
We funded the commission, yeah.
Yeah, less themed villains, you know, maybe we'll make some more bank. And, you know, we thought
Yeah,
someone with
yeah.
shadow powers, we'd be in the dark. But no, he has us doing this shit during the daytime, man, and I just...
So,
I didn't realize
how do
we'd
I
be fighting
picture-
fucking odd ones.
I
how
didn't
do I
realize
picture
what
the
five fucking kids,
EO
man.
For goons.
What?
Like at the end of the goon application, it's just like we're equal employment opportunities. We don't discriminate based off of race, gender, sexual orientation, or creed.
We
We need
offer
you to wear this fucking
healthcare
mask.
to a certain point.
I got good
Yeah.
dental. I got
We
health
cover-
insurance, even though it doesn't last long.
We cover up to
Did the
Joker
401k
gas.
matching. It's nice out here. It really is.
Pretty
Even
fucking
get
cool.
Oh my god. Okay, Vito, go to sleep. Vito, go to sleep.
I can start a bit with any person at any time. Okay, good night, gang.
Good
Good
night.
Good night.
Alright, now I get
He
to
gave me a
now
titty
I-
pic.
Now, oh my god.
God damn it.
Now I get to move Reese over here into the empty
Take up
slot.
space.
There we go.
We,
Yeah.
So if nobody else wants to volunteer for narration.
I just fucking.
Oh well, I didn't fucking hear you,
I-
bitch. All
I
right,
said
do
that
it.
If Phoenix doesn't want to, I could take it.
All right, you got it.
Because I know there ain't no goons in this chapter.
There ain't no goons.
There ain't
For
no
now.
goons. There ain't no fucking dudes coming out here.
Oh, who do you want me to voice if, like, I'm not narrating?
You can take over for Soul.
Bet.
Yeah.
Bet.
Rip.
All right.
Word.
Are we
Okay.
all ready?
Starting off with a Reese line, so Sigma, you may fire when ready.
Yeah.
Roger that, Captain.
Locked and loaded.
Nerissa, what the hell happened to you?
Reese asked as he turned, faced her in the van. She moved her head to face him as she held her hand to her wound.
It was Damien. I was trying to heal Danny, and he stabbed me with his shadows and yanked me away from him. Then Danny killed him.
Nerissa said quietly as she clutched her shoulder tight.
He killed him?
Reese's eyes widened gently. He didn't think Danny could take a life, regardless of what they did to him.
Holy shit. He must have really messed you up, huh, Danny?
Reese turned his head to look at Danny, and his brow furrowed when he saw Danny's head hung in front of him.
Danny?
Reese lightly slapped Danny's knee. He only responded with a low groan as his head hung to the side.
Hey, Danny!
Reese yelled louder, and his heart started gunning when Danny and suddenly unresponsive. Most likely the lack of blood was catching up to him. Reese quickly reached forward and slapped Danny on the shoulder.
Step on it. Danny's fading.
Nate glanced at Danny in the rearview mirror as he slammed his foot on the gas pedal.
Guys, we gotta do something now. We have a 2-hour drive ahead of us.
Nate said sternly as he glanced in the rearview mirror again, this time at Reese.
I don't know what you expect me to do, dude. I can't tourniquet this wound on his chest. It's fucking huge.
Reese panicked slightly. He still hadn't fully recovered from losing Drake, and then he had just lost Jack. He couldn't handle if he lost Danny, too.
Katarina said BRB, so I'll just do Nerissa real fast.
He,
Reese, calm down.
Nerissa shouted suddenly, the pain from her wound clear in her voice.
Take a fucking breath and use your heads.
Nerissa was clearly talking to everyone now.
Reese, in the back behind the seats. My mom has a first aid kit stashed back there.
Nate said as he jerked his thumb backwards. Reese turned around and leaned over the seat. He immediately spotted the bright red first aid box. Reese quickly scooped it up and sat back in his seat as Nate continued talking.
Okay, take out all the gauze pads, biggest ones first, and cover that huge wound. It's not gonna close it, but it'll buy us some time.
Nate said as he glanced between the road and the rearview mirror. Reese nodded to himself as he opened the box and fiddled around inside. He found 3 large gauze pads and 5 small ones.
Okay, so this might be just enough to cover the wound on his chest, but not much else.
Reese said as he opened up one of the large gauze pads and turned to Danny. He cursed under his breath when he saw that Danny's tattered shirt was blocking his access to the wound. Reese held the gauze pad in his teeth and ripped open Danny's already tattered shirt.
Holy shit.
Nerissa whispered when she actually saw the huge gash across Danny's chest. Reese glanced at her before he took the gauze from his mouth and placed it on top of the gash.
Mary, hold this here.
Reese said quietly. He quickly got to the medical tape and out of the first aid kit. He taped down the gauze and pad as Nerissa took her hands away. He noticed her hands were shaking.
What's wrong, Nerissa?
He asked her as he continued to push Danny's wound with Nerissa's help. Nerissa sighed, her eyes rarely leaving Danny's face. His bloody hair hung in his face, hiding his eyes, but Neri knew they were closed. He was breathing, though, and that's what mattered most. She remembered Danny had shaken his head at her back in the estate. He didn't want to tell everyone what else about what they had learned not yet. She didn't want to tell them without his input, and he couldn't give that right now.
I'm just still shaken up.
Nerissa responded before she groaned slightly from her shoulder bothering her. It wasn't a serious wound, and the blood was clotted a lot. She wasn't too worried. She knew Danny was in far worse shape right now. As Reeves was preparing another gauze pad, he halted when he felt something touch him. He looked down and saw Danny's bloody hand resting gently on his waist. His eyes
Wrist.
whipped.
Not
About to be a whole
waist.
different kind of chapter.
Hey, Reese. What's going on?
Damn, Daddy.
Wrist, not waist.
Maybe bloodlust, but the blood's supposed to be like, okay, let's
Oh
go.
my god.
His eyes. His eyes wiped up to see Danny's eyes were barely opened.
Nerissa.
Danny's voice was quiet and weak. Nerissa's eyes opened wider when she heard Danny's voice, and she brought her entire attention to him.
No, Danny, you are in way worse shape than me. I'll be fine. I can heal myself when we get back to the lake.
Nerissa said as she leaned close to him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Danny warmed her heart, wanting her to get help first, but he needed attention now. Danny took a deep breath and groaned as he stretched his neck too exhausted to argue any further. His eyes closed as he leaned his head against the headrest.
Danny?
Reese said his name with a subtle concern.
I'm just resting my eyes, Reese.
Danny said in an empty tone.
Just checking.
Reese whispered as he continued to tape the gauze on Danny's wound.
You okay?
Nix heard Nate's voice inside her head. She glanced over at him before thinking about her response.
I'm managing. Why do you ask?
You have that look in your eye. I've seen the look before.
Nate's voice sounded somber in her head, like he was about to say something she didn't want to hear.
I remember the look from my first night at my uncle's place.
Nix sighed.
Nate, I'm fine. At least I will be.
Nix was telling the truth, just not the entire truth. The entire truth was more complicated.
Nix, you can tell me anything. You know that, right?
Nate sounded sincere, but Nix was still afraid to tell him that seeing Danny in that state made her feel upset in a way that she couldn't explain.
Scene change.
I was hoping for a bit more exciting, but okay. The door to the lake house opened and Reese entered first to hold it open. Nate entered next, with Danny's arms slung around his shoulders. He guided Danny towards the couch as he groaned in pain with each step.
Almost there, Danny.
Nate said quietly before he eased him onto the couch. Danny winced as he sat down before resting his head against the back of the couch.
Get me a jug of water from the pantry.
Nerissa ordered as she took off her bloody jacket and dropped it on the ground. Reese ran into the kitchen and returned a moment later with a gallon of water. He opened the seal and backed away, watching the situation closely. Everyone observed as Nerissa took a deep breath before motioning her hands in a circle. The water flowed from the jug and formed a ball in her hands. It started glowing in a bright blue hue that matched the glow in her eyes. She moved the ball of water into Danny's chest, and he let out a relief and exhale as his wounds closed and the bruises faded. Once he was fully healed, Danny reached up and tore the gauze off his chest.
Danny?
Soul's voice caused Danny to roll his head towards her and open his eyes lazily. This was the first time she had spoken since they fled the estate, and she was looking at him with subtle concern in her eyes.
What'd he do to you?
She asked him softly. Danny inhaled sharply as he closed his eyes. He could only bring himself to shake his head slowly as his nose scrunched in subtle despair.
Guys, let him sleep.
Reese interjected, realizing that Danny had likely been awake for almost 24 hours.
In fact, I think we could all use some sleep.
Reese reached up and scratched his head before he looked at his hand, which was still stained in his friend's blood. He sighed softly before he went upstairs without another word.
You guys go. I'm gonna stay here and make sure I heal him completely.
Narissa said softly.
Yeah, and what about you? You're swaying from the blood loss.
Nate asked her as he crossed his arms.
I can heal myself, guys. I'll be fine.
Narissa's tone was slightly cold. Danny's eyes flicked down to her without him moving his head. He could easily guess that she was trying to make an excuse to be alone with him. The group looked at each other before they were upstairs, leaving Narissa and Danny alone. She locked eyes with him immediately.
What?
Narissa asked him after a few seconds of staring.
You're my sister.
Danny said with a flat tone and an equally flat face. Narissa smiled.
You're my brother.
She whispered as her eyes started to tear up. She placed her hand on Danny's hand and squeezed it softly.
You wanna see something?
Narissa asked him, hopefully to change the subject from whatever was going on in Danny's head.
Sure.
He responded before they both got up and Narissa led him outside through the back door. They both approached the dock slightly before reaching the end. It was deeply calm. The chirp of the crickets surrounded them as a faint blinking of fireflies peppered the water.
Why are we out here?
Danny asked her with a slightly confused voice.
Remember how I said I could heal myself?
Narissa asked as she turned to face him, her back to the water. Danny nodded slowly before Narissa continued.
Do you trust me?
Of course.
Danny said it with exhaustion in his voice. Narissa nodded and smiled weakly before she backed away a few steps and Jessica took a look of concern appearing in Danny's eyes. She slowly closed her eyes and leaned backwards. Danny's eyes widened and he reached forward to grab her. He barely missed her shirt before she fell into the water with a large splash. Danny stared in confusion and fear. He was still fragile from his time spent in the hellhole. After a moment of silence, Narissa started glowing. The water sparkled with a vibrant blue light, which bathed Danny in the same blue shimmer. The concern faded away from his face as he saw the wound close itself, leaving no trace it was even there. Narissa resurfaced by the ladder attached to the dock and climbed up. Once she stood at the top, stood there and shrugged slightly.
I didn't know you could do that.
Danny said flatly.
Yeah, it's the only way for me to heal myself the way I heal others. I have to be completely submerged in water.
Narissa answered him as she spun her hand and pulled the excess water off her before flicking it back into the lake.
So, does that mean you're okay now?
Danny asked her quietly.
Yeah, I'm good now.
She responded before Danny moved forward and hugged her tightly, holding his hands on the back of her head to hold her and close all possible. Narissa started choking up as she hugged him back tightly.
I can't believe I have a sister.
Danny's voice broke slightly. Narissa could tell from his slightly trembled and uneven breathing that he was trying to hold back tears.
Danny, are you okay?
Nerissa asked him quietly before she released him from a hug. Danny only looked off into space. Even though he was healed, he still had dried blood all over him and psychological scars to match.
No, I'm not okay, Nerissa. He tortured me. I haven't slept since I was taken. He wouldn't allow it. Then he told me you were my sister, and he was gonna make me watch as he tore you apart.
Danny's eyes narrowed ever so slightly.
There was a part of me that wished you guys wouldn't come for me, just so I wouldn't have to watch him do that to you.
Danny spoke as his gaze didn't waver, like he was remembering every excruciating moment of the last 24 hours.
Well, he didn't.
Nerissa responded as she placed a comforting hand on his cheek. He tensed for a moment before exhaling and gently placing his own hands on hers.
You almost did, which led me to.
Danny's lip quivering slightly as his eyes began misting.
I was just so angry. He spent hours beating me, slicing me open, stabbing me, twisting the knife. And I couldn't do anything to stop him.
Danny spoke with an empty tone as he stared off into nothing, looking as though he was staring through Nerissa.
I thought I felt powerless before, but what I felt down there was something else entirely.
But you did do something.
Nerissa caught his attention when she spoke.
You used his own powers against him and broke out.
And I killed him.
Danny spoke over the end of Nerissa's sentence.
I was so angry. It was like I was seeing red, and I heard you cry in pain like that. The next thing I knew, I had stabbed his own dagger into his throat.
Danny held up his hand and stared at it, the dried blood stains mocking him. His mind flashed back to a few hours prior, and the blood looked wet, fresh. The vision was gone just as fast when Nerissa slid her hand into his, the blood staining her own hands as well, a subtle gesture to imply they were in this together.
That was the first time you ever killed anyone, wasn't it?
Nerissa spoke quietly, and as she lowered both of their hands. Danny nodded subtly, without looking at her. Nerissa's face softened as she looked at his empty eyes. She knew what he was feeling, and she knew it would take time, a long time to recover from this night, if ever. Something was different now, though. He would not be going through this alone. Nerissa was going to be there to help him find his light again.
Thank you for coming to get me.
Danny added as he glanced up at her. Nerissa's face morphed into a subtle confusion.
You have literally no reason to be thanking me right now. Or the others. I love you, Danny. You're my brother, and I never want you to feel like you're a burden on me.
Nerissa sounded genuine and warm, and it put Danny's swirling mind at ease.
Come on, you need some sleep.
Nerissa added as she walked past him. She led him by the hand towards the lake house. Nerissa went into her room and Danny went into his. He flicked on his light by his bed and sat down, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. His eyes drifted to the mirror that was across from the room from his bed and saw himself. His shirt was shredded and ripped open like a strange vest. Dried blood coated his body and made his breath hitch. Danny got up and went to the bathroom to shower. He flicked on the light as he was looking into the mirror. His eyes snapped open and raw terror when he saw Damien in the mirror, standing behind him. He was grinning, like he was when he was inflicting agonizing pain on him, over and over again. Danny whipped around quickly to find himself alone in the bathroom. His heavy breathing sounded loud in his ears from the acoustics of the bathroom. He placed a hand on his chest and tried to calm himself down before he turned on the shower and strapped out of his blood-stained clothes. He didn't know how long he was in the shower for. Once he stepped in the water, and the blood flowed off him and into the drain, he just lost time. This happened a few times as he tried to clean himself.
Jack is dead because I got myself kidnapped. Jack is dead because I got complacent. Jack is dead. Jack is dead. Jack is dead because of me.
Danny bit his lip hard as he choked back the scream building in his lungs before his eyes suddenly hardened.
Never again. No one will lose their... What? Lose? Okay, hold on. No one will ever lose their life again because of me. I won't let that happen.
Oh my god.
What a noise to come back to.
Again, A+ voice acting. Holy shit.
I missed an entire chapter. Dear God.
Yeah. Narissa heavy chapter.
Yeah.
It's okay. I filled in. It was good. It was good. It was cool.
It was good. It was good.
Well,
Alright, I'll be back in like 5 seconds.
Word.
I'm back. I got you.
It's my turn to leave.
The pain. Thanks, Fenrir. You're so cool, man. Thanks, Fenrir. I see you trying to make jokes in chat, by the way, you fucking
Crying
monster.
through the pain. Laughing
Danny's,
through the
Danny's
pain.
over here trauma dumping, and Fenrir's like, twist it, pop it.
Pop it. Twist it.
Bro,
Pull it.
bro, I was literally having
Yank
a flashback in the mirror, and you're like, pop it, bro.
Damien, pop it.
It's my fucking trauma response.
They
Harder.
twisted.
Bro.
Oh my god. Whew.
W body for like my throat getting kind of like, I don't know. My
Shredded.
voice is like leaving right now. Yeah.
I mean, it kind of works, because Danny, his voice...
It's
yeah.
probably pretty shredded.
Yeah, it works.
Shredded.
All that screaming, you know, shreds your voice.
Yeah.
Fatter, faster, stronger,
Harder.
thicker.
You
Shut
forgot the last
up.
one.
God damn it.
Quicker.
That's crazy.
Oh,
Pull
my
it.
lord.
No.
Whew. We're going
Pretty
good. We're going strong. I'm fucking into it,
We're,
dude.
we're really in the deep end here.
Ow, chicka, bow, wow.
Oh, no.
Save that for only gifted.
No, I saw all of that and I just couldn't even comment. I just like, couldn't even comment, dude. I just see
Well, now you
Violet Eyes Fansley coming soon. No, the fuck it ain't. This is news to me. Like, hello?
That was like 20 minutes ago. I thought I got away with that.
No, bitch. I saw you. I have eyes everywhere. I thought I got away
It's
with
like,
it. It's my chat,
Only
bitch.
gifted.
Like, hello? You can't hide from me. I rule these parts. I run the place around here, right?
I wish you could have a fucking sword around here.
Yeah,
never
you
tried to do
literally work here, Sigma. Like,
Dude,
I just work here is quite literal here.
you're literally here.
okay.
As such, give a personal shout out to Damien real quick.
For dying.
All right.
Rip.
R.I.P. to that guy.
Oh,
R.I.P. to
Sigma!
Shadow Daddy.
A personal shout out to Sigma, or not to Sigma, a personal shout out from Sigma to Damien. Yo,
I know it's not
I'm
going to play because we're in a reading, but you know what I mean.
Nah,
Yo,
I'm gonna dance on the screen.
I'm,
That's one less gifted.
Also, Phoenix, you are
100%.
breathing into your mic, girlfriend.
My bad. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never.
I would never. They would never.
Thank you.
She would just be sad. That's like, damn, that's one less bounty I can take.
Why is my sound alerts not going off?
Did you mute it for the
Yeah, like
I
you.
totally thought you. Yeah, I totally thought you muted them for the
No,
stream.
I did not. I'm gonna log
Oh.
in because my cloud bot potentially had shut itself off again because it hates me.
Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties.
Take
It
a moment, take
it-
your time, drink the water, and get snackies, get shit. You
it
know?
totally didn't turn itself off.
What?
So does that mean sound alerts
right.
is actually shitting itself currently? We respect
Just
your
like YouTube.
privacy. I don't fucking care. Oh, it logged me out of sound alerts. Yeah, that'll do it.
Listen, I'm just enjoying my seaweed salad. You take your time.
Everything
In front of my fruit salad?
in front of
Damn
my
right, baby.
salad. It says
Fuck yeah.
everything is okay. I have my doubts. Well, it's fucking. Oh well, I guess.
It's just straight up lying to you.
Yeah, it's just
Gaslight.
not fucking.
Gatekeep.
If it makes you feel
Girl
any
boss.
better, I still listen to them inside my head, so I know they're there. I don't know if that makes you
See,
feel any
the
better.
take
but, you
that depression, that didn't work either. What the f- What is going on? I don't know. Well,
I'm-
sound alerts are borked, I guess.
You know what? You know what does work though?
Eh.
Your book. Oh, well
Nice.
then.
Anyway, because I feel bad that Volma has barely even said any lines. Volma, do you want to narrate?
That is totally fine. Do I want to what?
Do you want to
yeah.
narrate?
Do I want to narrate?
Yeah, dude.
Ooh. I
Yeah,
guess I can.
DM, you want to narrate?
I guess I could, but do you want like a stupid voice? Because that's what I'm really good at.
This is a rather serious chapter. I don't know.
And nothing ever after.
No.
All right.
I believe in you, brother.
Chapter 10. Nothing ever after. Before Reyes went to bed after the Damien incident, he had something he wanted to do. He gently opened his bedroom door and peeked down the hallway. He could faintly hear the shower running down the hall. He assumed it was Danny trying to clean all the dried blood off of him. Reyes walked silently down the hall toward Nerissa's room. He wanted to properly thank her for saving Danny. Besides that, he had a theory of his own to confirm. When he reached Nerissa's room, he leaned his ear against the door and knocked gently.
Hey, Harry. Are you awake?
He spoke quietly into the crack of the door. When he didn't hear a sound in response, he made a questionable decision and pushed open her door slightly wider.
Harry?
He repeated her name as he peeked into the room before he flung the door open, not seeing a single sign of her. His feline eyes scanned the room at light speed before his instinct brought him to the window next to her bed. He looked through it and saw her outside, sitting on the edge of the dock. He turned around and left Neri's room, bound for the dock to scold her for being outside alone after what happened. Reyes turned around the corner of the lake house and saw Nerissa clearly as his night vision cut through darkness. He approached her decisively, ready to scold her, but he halted in his tracks when he heard the faint sound of sniffing and hitched breathing. Rey's posture dropped as he realized, and he began approaching more quietly. When he reached Nerissa and sat down next to her, he jumped a bit.
Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you.
Reyes said in response to her flinching. She didn't speak. Instead, she just calmed her breathing and wiped her eyes.
You want to tell me what this is about?
Reyes asked quietly as he leaned back on his hands, looking at her from the corner of his eye. Nerissa stayed silent and just stared off into the water.
Okay. Is this about what happened to Danny?
Reyes asked her hesitantly. Nerissa tensed a bit, but only shrugged weakly in response. Reyes thought for a moment before his mind really thought of his theory. He inspected Nerissa's clothes. Her wound had been healed, but she hadn't even tried to clean the blood off herself. He noticed the subtle flecks of blood on her face and chest. That couldn't have happened from a shoulder wound.
Is there something you haven't told us? Maybe something you did in the estate?
Reyes said quietly before Nerissa's pupils narrowed swiftly. She closed her eyes and sighed deeply.
Reyes, I can trust you, right?
Nerissa whispered. Reyes could barely hear her over the soft sound of the wilderness.
Of course you can.
He answered rather quickly. Nerissa glanced at him, and her lips started quivering.
I. I.
Nerissa tried to talk, but sobs overtook her and she buried her face in her hands. Reyes sat in silence for a moment, already guessing what she had done. He took a deep breath before he turned his body towards her and held his arms open. Nerissa saw this and leaned into Reyes' chest as she sobbed.
You don't have to talk about it, Neri. I just want you to know one thing. What you did, no one will think any less of you for it. You saved Danny's life, and we love you for that. Doesn't matter what you had to do to achieve it.
Reyes spoke calmly as he gently rubbed Nerissa's arm. Nerissa was taken aback by his words. She hadn't thought about it like that. All she remembered was lying on the ground in pain, hearing Danny's screams. Then she just saw red. She'd never forget it. It had ingrained itself in her mind. She, whoa, I hit a button and I went up some pages.
Oh no.
Nar.
Nar.
Page 121.
Yep. Nerissa was taken aback by his words. She hadn't thought about it like that. Blah, blah, blah. See red. She'd never forget it. It had ingrained itself in her mind. She slaughtered those people like it was instinct. An instinct to... Oh, God. An instinct to kill.
Nerissa, I know that this might be hard to get through, but you're one of the strongest people I know. And I'm not just talking about your ability. Even though your ability is very strong, I'm talking about up here.
Reyes tapped Nerissa on the side of the head as he finished his sentence.
Reyes, I'm not strong. All it took was a second of Danny screaming like that.
Nerissa stopped walking when Reyes leaned back suddenly.
You heard Danny screaming.
Reyes was trying to speak quietly, but his shock betrayed him. Nerissa nodded.
It was faint, but I heard it. Those Ebrius assholes used it to taunt me. They told me what a wonderful sound it was. Then they told me something disturbing.
Reyes stared at her in response, waiting for her to continue.
They told me Danny's my brother.
Nerissa whispered, as she was trying to avoid anyone listening in.
What? How is that even possible?
Reyes asked after a look of violent confusion crossed his face.
Well, you have to admit that we look rather similar. He's 2 years older than me, so our folks probably gave him away when he was an infant. And honestly, I think I preferred it that way.
Nerissa said as she wiped her tears away.
Why would you prefer that?
Reyes sounded confused. Nerissa hesitated. She contemplated telling him everything, baring her soul, but she couldn't.
I don't know. Things could have ended differently. They could have ended badly.
The two sat in silence for a while after that, taking in the tranquil view of the lake. Reyes didn't want to push the matter any further, so he just sat in the silence with her. The fireflies dancing across the water and into the woods helped distract Nerissa enough for her to calm almost completely.
Come on. You need some sleep. It's been a long night.
Reyes said quietly as he gently rubbed the side of her arm. They both stood up and went back inside to go to bed. By the time they got upstairs, Danny was already finished with his shower and returned to his bed for the night.
You have my permission to wake me up if you can't sleep.
Ray said quietly when they got to Nerissa's room. She nodded with a smile. Ray's returned the smile before he leaned forward and planted a small kiss on Nerissa's forehead. He backed away a bit, with a small smile before turning around and entering his own room. Dot dot dot. Asterisk
Scene
asterisk
change.
Woo.
Woo.
asterisk. The next morning, Nix entered the kitchen to make her morning coffee. Why did I say it like that? Anyway, although although anyone could tell that Nix had struggled to sleep the night before, she was having a bit of mental turmoil regarding the previous night. Nix had surely thought she was over the night of the festival, but seeing Danny in the state he was in, it hurt her. But of course it hurt her. They're friends. A friend that she had slept with.
Oh, it's this scene. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Hold
buddy.
Am I about to have fun? Okay.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, we definitely are.
Yay.
Hey, Nix.
Nix jumped slightly and saw Nate walking into the kitchen. He approached her and lightly kissed her cheek before he passed her to get himself a cup of coffee. Nix watched the back of his head as he did so, massive guilt bubbling under the surface.
You okay?
Nate said after he turned around and leaned against the counter, taking a sip of his coffee. His hair was still messy from rolling out of bed.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Nix responded after she broke herself out of the trance he held over her. Oh, that's me again, sorry. Nate raised one eyebrow as he looked into her eyes. He then looked down into his coffee.
Nix, you seem to forget how long I've known you.
He lifted his head and eyed her intently, locking her in place.
Tell me what's wrong.
Nix held his gaze before she sighed.
I. Nate, we need to talk about what happened the night of the festival. I mean, really talk.
Nix spoke kind of coldly at Nate, causing him to recoil a bit.
Okay. Talk.
Nate said as he gave her his full attention.
No, Nate. I think you should talk. You've hardly done any talking since that day, and it's killing me.
Nix sounded upset as her hand closed to a fist on the table.
Okay.
Nate said as he started thinking.
Part of me wants to let it go because, well, you didn't know about my feelings for you. So it would feel wrong for me to be mad at you. But I was mad at Danny, though. He knew about my feelings for you, but he did it anyways.
And the other part of you?
Nix asked him as she took a sip of her coffee. Nate looked confused.
You said, part of me wants to let it go. What about the other part?
Nate looked away for a moment, rubbing his hand on his chin. Something was clearly building.
The other part of me.
Oh, he paused before he suddenly burst.
What the hell, Nix?
Nate raised his voice.
What are you talking about? You just said you couldn't be mad at me.
Nix responded with some attitude in her voice.
It didn't matter if you knew my feelings for you or not. After everything that we've been through together, I introduced you to one of my best friends and you...
Nate stopped himself as he brought his hand up to his head.
It's like you didn't even care about your feelings for me.
Nate said in a soft whisper. Clearly, he was far more hurt than he had previously let on.
Nate, of course I cared. I've had feelings for you since we met. I just didn't know what to do about it. I didn't want to risk losing you as a friend if you didn't feel the same way.
Nick stood up and spoke meekly, knowing that this conversation was between two people who both thought they were right.
If I didn't feel the same way?
Nate raised his voice, finally letting his pent-up anger out.
Nix, If I didn't feel the same way, I wouldn't have dragged you into the woods and away from the cops. Alright? I wouldn't have tackled a cop who had a gun to save your life. I wouldn't have sent you letters in that compound to make sure you were okay.
Nix's body language was radiating frustration with him, but she knew he was right. Nate locked eyes with her as he pointed at himself.
You know, I tried my hardest to keep you safe. I tried my hardest to show you how I felt about you. And I tried my hardest to be the perfect gentleman when it turns out that all I needed was a hotel room and a few bottles of wine.
Nate was cut off with a sudden burning sensation on his cheek when Nix slapped him across the face. Nate turned his body and leaned his hand on the table as he rubbed his stinging cheek. He was silent for a few seconds as Nix breathed heavily on through her nose, radiating anger and pain.
How dare you?
Nix breathed out through her anger.
I did not sleep with Danny just because of a hotel room and some wine. I slept with him because I was scared.
Nix leaned forward as Nate looked at her again with shock in his eyes that she had just hit him.
It was the first time in forever that I forgot about my shit show of a life. It was the first time in forever that I felt normal again. I wanted to savor that feeling. That's all.
Nix stood up straight and shook her head gently.
Idiot.
Nix whispered before she turned and left the room, leaving Nate in the kitchen alone. He stood up straight with his hand still rubbing his cheek as he watched her leave. When he couldn't see her anymore, his hand dropped, and he closed his eyes in a remorseful sigh as he slumped into the chair.
Mierda.
Nate cursed in Spanish as he rested his forehead on his palm. He immediately regretted what he said. It just slipped out alongside his anger. He decided to give her some space to cool off. He knew that's what she needed right now.
Woof. Scene
Nick?
change.
He deserved that slap.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Nix sat on. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Nix sat on the edge of the dock, her bare feet barely touching the water. She would occasionally flick her toes in the lake to feel the cooling sensation. She brought her cigarette up to her lips and inhaled deeply. She held the smoke in her lungs for a second before exhaling. There were semi-fresh tears streaks down her cheeks, but she wasn't actively crying, not anymore. She was stuck in that strange purgatory between the initial meltdown and the beginning of recovery. Her mind was blank as she hit her cigarette again.
Nix?
Soul spoke from behind Nix on the dock. Nix turned her head slightly before she turned her head attention back to the water and took another drag.
Hey.
Nix said flatly. She knew that Soul was still recovering from Jack's death based on the dark circles under her eyes, but Nix was far too exhausted to help her.
So, you've obviously been crying. What's wrong?
Soul asked as she sat down next to Nix and lit her own cigarette. Nix took a moment to respond.
Nate is still pissed about me sleeping with Danny.
Ouch. What happened?
Soul asked calmly as she took a hit of her cigarette.
I pushed it. I pushed him to tell me his true feelings, and boy did he.
Nix brushed some of her frizzy hair out of her face.
He went on this huge tangent about how he tried so hard to be a perfect gentleman for me when all he needed was a hotel room and a few bottles of wine.
I lost page. I'm trying to find wine. Here it is. Okay.
I'm trying to
Nix
find
looked down
wine!
with her hand over- Nix looked down with her hand over her eyes.
What the fuck? What did you do?
Soul sounded angry on Nix's behalf.
I slapped him and called him an idiot.
Nix sounded regretful.
Good. That's so unfair of him to say. Are you okay?
Soul spoke through her own emotions before it shifted to genuine concern.
don't know. I mean, I love Nate. I really do. He's the reason I'm alive today. I didn't want to hit him. It was just a reflex. What he said really hurt.
Nix took the final drag of her cigarette before she flicked it into the water.
I imagine it did. I also think all of us are a little damaged after the past few days, but I think we can get past it. It's just gonna take some time.
Sol sounded hopeful, but Nix could tell she was still hurting. After all, Sol had watched her childhood friend get stabbed through the heart by her own father.
Ooh, seeing change. Oh, right. Who's gonna fill in for Shadow Daddy? I mean, Kuroi.
Okay.
I mean, we have Streaky here. I'm just like,
I know my skills enough. I cannot do that name.
I cannot do
What's
that.
The voice,
What's the voice?
Kuroi?
I would say kind of similar to like Damien's like mannerisms and like inflections, but deeper.
ooh.
If that
It's
helps.
pretty much
Damn.
that.
I don't know
Try
if
to
that
get
helps.
low.
Just take,
Sure.
so take side, but deeper.
One line.
What was that, Sigma?
So it's like one line, no problem.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. You got it. I
I'll-
believe in you.
I'll be the other soldier.
Yeah, I was
guy.
about Streaky. You could be the random grunt.
Okay, I'll put my
Goon.
British accent. Hello.
No.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go back to their voice. Okay. Sir, Alpha Team has gathered. They awaited your orders.
The small man kneeled in front of Kuroi Kage's desk. His chair was turned around to face the large window that overlooked the woods. He sat in silence for a moment, gazing into the woods in deep contemplation. He swiftly spun his chair around to face the man in front of him.
Not yet.
Kuroi said sharply as he placed his interlocked hands on the desk.
Overconfidence led to my son's death. He grew complacent and hesitated in putting down Daniel Alieta. Because of that failure, Daniel put him down instead. And the traitor still lives.
Kuroi stood up and turned his body around again to look out the window.
No. We will let them think they are hidden. We will let them think they are safe.
Oh shit! Goddamn.
I heard the fucking vibrations through my goddamn headphones.
Also,
My head
not
was getting
Fenrir.
massaged, you bastard.
Not Fenrir with the note to self: "Do not eat when Sigma speaks."
Fucking wild.
No need to when he's eating for you.
Oh shit!
Oh, I'm gonna die.
By the way, we fucking ate with that voice acting.
Hey.
No.
Yeah.
Everybody's super proud of that.
I'm so proud of you.
Oh my god. Unrelated. I gotta piss. So
Oh, go piss, girl.
we're gonna
What's
take
up, girl?
we're gonna take a little
Got time
bio
that already.
break.
Need to be a piss baby.
What do you mean? We're 2 hours in. Shut up. I was doing good. Like, I was
Go
doing
piss,
good.
go slay,
I'm gonna go
There you go.
piss. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
piss, girls. Entertain my
Go
chat.
piss,
Lol.
queen. Alright.
The
And
fitness
we'll
strength
try not to
pacer
get you
test
banned.
is a fitness speed level capacity
will
test
kill
that gets
you.
progressively harder as it continues.
I want everyone to stand up now and get to the line.
Hey, yo.
Banned.
I'm not standing up.
Everyone do 5 jumping jacks.
No.
All you better
Burpees
10
right
push-ups
now.
right now.
This is how we entertain. We're making you do exercise. This is PE now.
No.
All right, everybody, a $1 sub equals 10 burpees. Let's go.
I want to hear you sweat.
All right,
Can
we're
I
gonna do
fix
some
him?
lunges. No,
Why?
you will not fix him. He will just break you. That is 90% of the men in this goddamn book.
I don't see the problem.
That's
I was
better.
about to say,
Wait,
that
wait.
That's
sounds
what?
like a deterrent.
I swear to God, I'm just gonna shoot all of you and take your money.
No.
You realize like
Bull.
half of the women in the chat fantasize about people pushing knives to their throats. It's not as much of a threat as you think it is.
Also,
Yeah.
bold of you to assume that I have money.
I wasn't talking about the money that you have. I'm talking about the money I'll get out of you.
God damn it.
Hi, it's me, Z.
Oof.
No,
Kill people
that's
for money.
me.
My
Yeah.
organs aren't worth
Fenrir,
much.
I will fucking slap you with a water hose.
Go back to the end of the alphabet.
No. Well, that's what it feels like with the voice. I'm like the fucking alphabet.
Well, apparently you'll come first before my girl does, so alphabet doesn't even make
I've been
sense.
here for like a little more than a year. I've been waiting longer. I could have read Z's bits when it was still on Wattpad, but no, I refrained myself. I could have read the fucking what's it called? The drafts. Yeah, the drafts currently
The
for
Wattpad drafts?
no, not the Wattpad as the current drafts
Oh.
for book 4. I could have, but no. I'm waiting for the goddamn book.
Welcome back.
Hey,
How was your piss?
It was.
How was
it
your
was-
piss?
I was doing my yearly rant of
Oh, about the
DB
fact
of-
that the 4th book isn't going to be out for over a year. Yeah.
I swear to
Aw,
fucking
fuck
Christ.
you.
What? The 3rd one
I-
isn't
I
even
s-
out yet. Hello?
I know, but you've hyped the 4th one so much.
There's a
How do
reason
you
for
think I
that,
fucking feel?
baby.
Oh.
How do you think I fucking feel? I know what happens in the 4th book. I ain't gonna say shit because I'm good.
Homie got voice actor privilege. He got insider fucking scoop on the trauma.
I know what I'm gonna do, and I can't wait.
See,
to
Fenrir,
be
it's called
about it.
marketing.
It's called marketing.
Yeah. I will say this: the 4th book, of course, I'm going to give it a month so everyone has a chance to read it, get the book, get experience it. But then I'm going to be a piece of shit about it.
Hey, just without spoilers, if Blood Bank guy is still in it, I want to play him.
Blood bank guy is crazy.
But you know who I was talking about,
Oh,
didn't
I
you?
know. Oh, I know. I'm fully aware. However, comma,
Yeah.
So Sirius has to fucking say the punctuation.
blood bank, bitch.
Blood Bank,
This
bitch.
is a wild song to be playing right now. You can dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend cunnilingus on my couch.
Damn, I didn't know we were going back to the
No.
I just want
carnival
I
arc.
just want that to be in the background while Koroi is speaking.
God
some dudes are having a break in like the back.
Oh
rooms,
my
and
god,
he's
we
just
were all
like,
thinking it and
okay.
Fenrir just
Like,
said it.
Hey, guys, Edward's birthday. Oh, this is serious. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, boss. sorry, boss. We're trying to celebrate with surviving.
Oh my god. Whew. Anyway, this next. We have to wait for Voltex to get back for this next chapter before we start. However, this next chapter that is starting, it's one of those trigger warnings I talked about earlier, just so chat is so unbelievably clear.
I posted it.
I'm just gonna tell you. I imagined Reese eating a bowl of Cheerios at the beginning of the scene, so that's how I'm gonna play it.
Are you eating a bowl of Cheerios?
I am not, no, but just when I read this, I imagined Reese eating cereal as they're, as they're looking out the window. So
Yeah.
He's just
Up
like
until he goes
holding
out,
he's
he's
just
eating cereal.
holding a bowl of cereal while Nate's talking to him, and he's like, "What?"
Yep.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought you said that he would be eating a bowl of Snickers, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense.
That
Yeah,
is
but hold
a
on.
villain.
No, but hear me.
That's how
I-
But
that's
hear
how
me out,
Damien
it's
eats
just like a little bit-
Snickers.
It's like the Halloween bite-sized Snicker. That's a villain.
Yeah.
You see somebody walk up
He
eating
fucking-
a bowl of unwrapped fucking Snickers, you run and you
No.
never look back.
No. Here's the thing. No, he would pay someone to unwrap each individual one and put it in a bowl.
While he watches.
While he watches, he's like, you better unwrap that perfectly down.
Y'all
the
got
middle,
some
you
wild headcanons about Damien.
Ew.
I just
You first bowl, then Snickers.
dummy.
We're
Bowl
friends
of-
with you. Of course,
Ew.
we're gonna.
You chose
Fucking
us.
heathens.
My doctor told
And
me
I
to
don't
try
regret
it,
it.
so I need to stick
Voltex, are you
numbers.
back? I saw you unmute.
No. Not if we're talking about Snickers.
No. I was saying because we were waiting for you to start the
No,
chapter because
no, I
it
just
starts
wanna
off with
see
Damien.
Oh,
it.
okay.
No,
Okay.
I just want to see a Snickers commercial where it's like someone goes to Davey, just like, you aren't you when you're hungry.
I'm
Damien
posting the
becomes
GIF.
normalized.
Oh my god. Anyway, chapter 11, Rainy Day.
Ooh,
Big trigger warning. Prepare, chat. There's some dark shit in this chapter.
yeah. I will say this may be my last chapter before I need a dip in prayer.
Same for me, actually.
Yeah.
So
Let me just
I'll
go
ask
through real quick. I forgot what happened.
You'll find out. Uh,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
Streaky, since this is your last chapter, do you want to narrate?
That's how I'm going. No, I'm not. All right. Ready?
Ready.
All right. It had been 3 days since Danny was rescued from the Erebus estate. He had barely spoken a word since then, and everyone noticed. He was often lost in another world, gazing off into space with an icy, thousand-mile stare. Everyone knew why he was acting this way, of course. Danny had been shattered. This change affected Reese and Nate the most. It broke him to see their friends like this. When Nate first met Danny, he was a kind boy who would sometimes get over enthusiastic and yell out words of excitement. Now, he was a broken shell of a man who barely spoke a word, let alone show joy.
Someone should try to talk to him.
Nate said quietly as he and Reese looked out the window. Danny was sitting on the edge of the dock, smoking a cigarette by himself.
By someone, you mean me, right? Told you, man. Full cereal mouth.
You full
Fuck, I was just thinking about the cereal.
Fucking damn it.
That was you eating from the box.
The box is so much better.
Yeah.
Pours the
Absolutely
milk
not.
into the bag.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, now to think about it. Reese asked as he crossed his arms and looked at Nate.
Please, I am not the right person for him right now. And you've known him the longest out of all of us.
Nate responded as he looked at Reese with a serious gaze. Reese sighed before he turned and went outside. Danny sat on the edge of the dock, gazing at the water with a blank stare. The cigarette between his fingers had highly burned to almost half gone as he was trapped in his own mind. He wanted to forget that night. He wanted nothing more than to scrub it from his memory. Instead, his mind flashed back to Damien's crazed grin as he inflicted unbearable pain on him for hours on end. The scent of the blood permeated his senses, soaking into him. It was a scent he would never forget. He remembered the small shred of hope he felt when he finally saw Narissa in the front of him before it was literally ripped away. Danny's mind tormented him in slow motion, forcing him to watch Damien's shadow spike stab through her and yank her away. He would never forget Narissa's blood splatter on his face, and hearing her scream in violent pain. More images flashed into front of his eyes, wiping the wet blood from his face after he had broken out of the chair. He remembered Narissa's choking yell of agony and how he just saw red. When he finally came to his senses, his hand was coiled around Damien's dagger, as if it was stuck in the side of his throat. He remembered the look of shock on Soul's face when she entered the room before she hugged him. The blood-soaked dagger slipped from his grip. The foggy memory of the frightening, powerful student man killing Jack with one well-placed strike.
Danny?
Reese's voice pulled Danny out of his thoughts. The long ash on his cigarette broke off and fell into the water as he jolted. Reese sat down next to him on the dock and stayed silent for a moment.
How you doing, buddy?
The words sounded patronizing, but his tone was sincere.
I can't stop seeing that night.
Danny whispered under his breath. He brought his almost wasted cigarettes to his lips and took a long drag before flicking the butt in the water.
He tortured me, Reese. He inflicted constant pain on me for hours on end.
Danny spoke in monotone, without even looking at his friend. Reese took a deep breath and interlocked his fingers in front of him. He hated seeing Danny like this, but he had no idea what to say to him.
Danny, I can't even imagine what you went through down there. And I know it'll probably be a while before you recover from this, but you know that all of us are still here. And we still love you, right?
Reese spoke genuinely. He was trying to convince Danny that he wasn't alone. It wasn't quiet for a long time before Reese glanced over at him. You couldn't see Danny's eyes, but you could see his chin quivering.
Reese, I need to confess something to you.
Danny's voice shook as he continued to look into the water. Reese looked over at him, waiting for him to continue.
When I was down there was a short time that
Danny's voice broke, almost like he was ashamed of what he was going to say.
there was a short time that I just wanted to die.
What?
Reese whispered in shock as he turned his body towards Danny.
You really blame me, Reese?
Danny finally looked over at his friend. Reese's face softened when he saw the empty look in Danny's eyes.
I wasn't even down there for a full day, and yet it felt like a lifetime. After a while, I thought you guys weren't coming.
Reese saw Danny clench his fist as they were talking.
So, yes, I craved death just so it would be finally over.
Danny turned his head to look back out in the water.
I'm happy to be alive with you all, but Jack is dead, Reese. I'm sick of people around me dying because I'm not strong enough to protect myself.
Reese watched as Danny's eyes hardened.
I'm so sick of people around me dying that I can't do anything. I'm gonna fix that.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Oh.
Pretty sure it's talking
Yeah,
about
right.
I'm so sorry. Fuck. For that, okay.
You ever heard the tragedy of the narrator?
God damn it.
You
You ever hear the tragedy of narrator syndrome?
Sorry, I was trying to order food because it's getting dinner time.
Oh.
Okay, I'm back. Danny spoke with passion, small shred of emotion finally breaking through on his face. Reese smiled back at him.
Now that's what I'm talking about, man.
Reese said as he patted Danny's back a few times. Reese's grin got wider as he realized he had broken through to him. All Danny needed was a person to talk to without bias. Reese was more than happy to be that person for him. Meanwhile, Nix was sitting on her bed in silence with her legs crossed and her hands in her lap. She hadn't really gotten much time to process all that happened to her. The manslaughter she had committed when she first discovered her ability to waking up naked next to Nate's best friend. If she was being honest, she was feeling very similar to how she felt at her school. She was feeling overwhelmed, yet empty. She had this gnawing thought in the back of her mind that no one had forgiven her. Nix had hardly gotten to see what she was capable of since escaping the compound. Then, what happened between her and Nate. Sure, what Nate said was out of line, but Nick still felt guilty for hitting him. Now, she had most likely ruined it between them for good. Nyx jumped slightly when she heard a gentle knock on her door.
Come in.
She said quietly without lifting her head. The door creaked open and Nate entered the room. Nyx looked at him for a moment before she looked back down at her hands.
Can we talk?
Nate spoke quietly. He sounded vulnerable. Nyx wordlessly nodded and Nate walked over to her and sat down next to her.
I'm sorry for what I said. I was angry and I let it get the best of me.
Nate said with a tired slouch on his shoulder.
It was really shitty of me to think that way. I'm really sorry. You had every right to slap me.
Nate sounded truly remorseful. Nyx sighed and she looked over at him, seeing the soft red hue on his cheek where she had slapped him.
Nate, I'm not mad at you. At least, not anymore. Thinking back on it, you had every right to be upset.
Nyx said as she gave him a weak smile. The smile faded when Nate took a deep breath and then smiled back at her. Nyx knew what that meant. He was about to say something she didn't want to hear.
I think we should take some time and let ourselves recover.
Nate said as he looked at his interlocked fingers so he wouldn't have to see the pain in Nick's eyes.
What do you mean? Oh, Sigma just vanished. Oh,
They didn't want to hear it.
Oh,
It's
that.
too
He didn't want to hear it. It's crazy.
It's too much.
All right.
Oh,
Oh,
he
it's
said
like
inside. Oh, I'm stupid. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it. Don't worry. I'm
Oh.
unobservant. I'm a bad streamer.
I just want to.
We're too locked in. Also, hi,
Too-
Sunny.
too locked in. I'm trapped in a
Too locked
Discord VC of emotions.
All right. Nick said in a slightly shaking tone. Nate cleared his throat.
Well, you found out about my feelings for you from an angry outburst from Reese, right? An outburst that happened right after you slept with Danny.
Nate looked down.
I just think we were kind of forced into this. So maybe we need to take things slow and sort out what's going on in our heads before we jump into anything. Does that sound good?
Nate finished as he turned his head slightly to look at her. Nate was trying to mature and healthy about this, but to Nyx, it didn't sound good. She felt like her world was crashing down, like Nate had changed his mind about wanting to be with her, and he was just being polite about it.
Maybe. What the fuck?
Maybe what the
The
fuck?
ghost.
The world got angry with you.
Hello.
The
Too much
fates
angst.
were happy.
God is mad.
Good God, that hard reset my brain. Let me try that again. Maybe you're right.
Nyx said quietly, with a flat tone. Part of her truly admired that he wanted to be mature about this, but an inescapable feeling of doubt shoved that part of her away, all because she slept with Danny.
Thanks, Nyx. Don't worry. I still care about you.
I'm gonna cry.
Okay. Nate stood up and planted a gentle kiss on her head before he left the room again. Nix couldn't even hear the door shut as was stuck in her own mind. Even though they had never truly been together, felt like he had just broken up with her. It was over before it even began. She wanted to give them time. She knew he needed time, but that didn't make it any less painful. It started feeling like her chest was shrinking and her blood started boiling in her veins. Her breathing became faster, and she couldn't feel her head swimming.
Why is this happening to me? I just wanted to be a normal girl. But instead, I'm being forced into this hell.
Nix clutched her shirt as she struggled to breathe fully, her mind racing for an answer to her own question. Felt like she had been caught in a tide pulling out to sea.
Muffled.
It was likely 1,000 icy hands were pulling her deeper until the light finally faded. Nix passed out from the exhaustion and her mind finally allowed her a break from the hell inside her head. Except it didn't. Nix was dreaming. She knew that. But something about this dream felt so painfully real. She was lost at sea in a small rowboat, surrounded by water for miles in all directions. The water looked a pale gray color, and there was a thick layer of fog coating the ocean. Nick's head snapped to the water when she heard the strange sound coming from below. She glimpsed something large and black swimming beneath the surface. She couldn't discern any shape, but was definitely alive. It was swirling around the boat, and Nix felt an encroaching sense of dread. It was similar feeling to when you're on a boat and see a great white shark in the water. You know, you're safe because you're on a boat, but you also see Jaws. It was all caps. I had to press
Because the
it.
movie title is in all caps, you wiener.
Trauma. Anyways, Nix kept her eyes on the shape, gripping the sides of the boat to steady herself when the shape would bump into it and gently rock it. Suddenly the shape swarmed deeper and Nix could no longer see it. Her heart rate increased as it was silent in the ocean. The water was so still and calm that it was deeply unsettling. The boat was suddenly jerked upward when the shape hit it dead on the from below. Nix was sent flying into the air before crashing into the water with a loud splash. Nix held her breath as she struggled to gain her orientation. She looked through the dark water before she spotted the large shape coming for her. She tried to scream, but no noise came out. The shape shot towards her at insane speeds and opened a gaping maw. She saw a flash of hundreds of teeth before she woke up with a shock. She made a short yelp when she jolted upward in a cold sweat. A loud crack of thunder sounded outside her window. Heavy rain filled the silence afterwards as Nix stared into a space with her hand on her chest. Nix turned her head, looked outside at the vast forest, her mind still wandering and her feelings erratic.
Beautiful narration.
How did I change you?
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
See?
Buckle up, Daniel.
Hold on, let me just
I gotta
take a
buckle
water
up
on this.
too.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
SpongeBob, shut up.
Okay, anyways.
All right.
God
Right.
damn.
Oh god, he's hot.
Oh no, we about to hit depression.
Alright, serious mode. Danny was stuck lying awake, unable to sleep for his own reasons. The rain quietly pelted his own window, thunder and light interjecting periodically. Cutting through the soft noise of rain, Danny heard the faint sound of the front door. Bless you. Bless you again.
Thank
Bless.
Do I need to call Chicago Pope?
you. No.
Okay, two blessings ain't enough. Anyways, the door shutting. It wasn't loud enough to waken anyone, but loud enough to hear if you were already awake. Danny lifted his head in confusion before he got up and looked out his window.
Nix?
He thought to himself when he saw Nix walking into the woods, alone. Remembering the last time someone left the lake house by themselves, he quickly got up out of the bed and grabbed his jacket. He moved quickly, yet silently, downstairs as he put his jacket on and pulled up the hood. He talked to catch up to her before she slowed down at a safe distance away, sensing something might be wrong. He watched Nix pause for a moment and light a cigarette, taking a deep drag before she looked up and exhaled. The rain pelted her face and soaked into her hair, but she didn't seem to mind. She started walking again after a few moments of standing in the rain. After a bit, Nix entered a clearing, a tall plateau. She walked to the ledge, squatted down, admiring the view as she took another drag of her cigarette. Danny watched her from around the tree, the sound of rain hitting any noise who could have been making. You could definitely feel something was wrong, so he approached closer, taking care to be quiet so he didn't startle her. When Danny got about halfway between her and the tree line, he was hit with a vision that shook him to his very core. The strange thing about this vision was that it wasn't him in the vision, it was Nix. He watched as Nix stood up, flicked her cigarette over the edge, turned around, and leaned backwards. He watched Nix fall out of sight before the vision ended. Danny's eyes opened wide in horrid realization as Nix stood up and flicked her cigarette.
Nix!
Danny shouted in desperation and he took off towards her. Nix turned around and locked eyes with Danny, halting him in place when he saw her eyes overflowing with tears, not rain.
Sorry.
Nix whispered, barely audible but over the sound of rain as she leaned backwards. Danny's pupils shrank before his body compelled him to do the only thing that came into his mind. He dove after her. Danny reached Nix just as her foot left the ledge, and he leaped off after her. Nix's eyes shot open in shock as Danny wrapped his arms around his waist. He clenched her so tight that she couldn't pry him off as he spun their bodies around, or orientating them both a certain way. So if they hit the ground, Danny was going to take the hit first. Nix reached and thrust her arms out of her sides with her palms facing downward. The two stopped in midair about a dozen feet from the ground before they went sent back up. They floated above the solid ground of the ledge before Nix released her ability. They both landed roughly on the ground. Separating the embrace, they were locked in. Danny wasted no time and scrambled over to her, pulled her into a tight hug as he panted from his adrenaline fading. Nix sobbed loudly into his chest as they both kneeled on the grass.
Nix, what the hell were you doing?
Danny whispered in a sincere tone as he held her close. He didn't want to give her a chance to shove him away. Nix only stopped for a while as she slowly hugged him back.
Shh. Nix, breathe.
He whispered in a kind tone to calm her down. He didn't know why she would want to do this, or why his ability warned him about it. Either way, he was so grateful he was awake to hear her leave.
Nix, please, talk to me.
Danny tried again as he gently rubbed her back. Nick still hesitated. She didn't want to tell him the reason she felt so horrible was because of what they did.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. I just.
Nyx had to pause for a moment so she could breathe fully.
I just want this to end.
You want what to end?
Danny asked her as he moved his hand to her shoulder before her, pushing her away as so he could see her eyes. He took a chance and trusted her not to shove him back.
My shit show of a life, Danny.
Nyx suddenly raised her voice to him as more tears fell down her face. Danny's face shifted to a great concern for her current mental state. He knew exactly how she was feeling right now, and it hurt him.
I just want to go home, Danny. I want to wake up in my bed. I want to see my mom. I want to see my friend Alex. I want to see the sweet Korean man who runs the bookstore by my apartment. But I never can. Ever again. All because of this stupid ability.
Nyx raised her voice near the end of her rant as she looked at her trembling hands.
Nyx,
Danny whispered as he slid his hands into hers and she looked up at him.
I know what you're feeling. I felt the same when I was Damien's prisoner. But please.
That's not all, Danny.
Nyx whispered in a breaking voice.
I feel so hated.
What? What do you mean? We all love you. Nate loves you.
Danny said to her as he looked deep into her eyes to convey how serious he was.
Does he? He told me he loved me for a long time. Then earlier today he told me we should take things slow and not rush into anything.
Nyx paused, and her grip on Danny's hands tightened. Danny closed his eyes and sighed.
My brain just keeps telling me it's because of what we did.
Nyx's voice broke as a soft sob forced its way through.
I can't help but feel like he's moved on. Like no one would care if I just disappeared.
Nyx, are you crazy?
Danny asked her directly before he cupped her face and forced her to look him in the eyes.
No one can ever replace you. Without you, none of us would be here. Sure, what happened back there was unfortunate, but there's no way Nate just stopped loving you. That's not how love works.
Danny's voice shifted to a gentle whisper as he used his thumbs to wipe away a trail of tears on her face.
Please, trust me, Nyx. He still loves you more than anything. He just needs time, and I think you could use some too.
My cat is screaming. I'm so sorry.
I hear her.
She wants to.
The cat's angry for what you've written.
You could use some time too.
Me too, cat. Me too. I agree.
I agree. I agree.
I agree. Anyway, in any case, Nyx stared at him in a shock at his words. Her eyes flooded again as a weak smile graced her face. She collapsed into Danny's chest again. This time, her sobs were from a relief that Danny had stopped her from making the worst and last mistake of her life.
Danny, why the hell did you do that?
Nyx asked him through her sobs. Danny smirked as he huffed a single chuckle. He already knew she was talking about him diving off the ledge after her.
It was all I could think of. I was betting on you not wanting me to die with you, and if I was wrong, well, then it wouldn't be our problem anymore.
Danny answered softly as he stared over Nyx's head, oh, off the ledge. His mind was spinning as he really thought about it. He was ready to die if it meant it could save her life.
Please don't tell anyone about this.
Nick said evenly, but the pleading tone was clear there.
My lips are sealed as long as you promise this won't happen again.
Danny pulled away from the hug and looked at her sternly. His face softened before he wiped away more of her tears. Nick smiled gently.
Okay. I promise.
She said warmly, causing Danny to smile again.
Good. Let's head back.
Danny said as he stood up and held out his hands for her. Nix took his hand and he helped her to her feet. Danny took off his jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders, for the two walked back through the woods to the lake house. Danny sighed quietly to himself as they walked back. His mind was wandering to a strange and confusing place. What confused him the most was the fact that the one thing to make him smile for the first time since the Urbis estate was Nix.
No, Danny. Bro, Danny, stop.
I ship it.
Not the Danny stuff.
We got one more! We got one more!
Oh no, not the
Yes.
no, another
Yes.
passenger for the ship. God damn it.
Yes!
I ship it hard.
Attention all passengers, we have one more.
God damn it.
Yes!
God.
As I said, that was my last one, so I'm
Aw,
heading
Danny,
out.
you're losing your hat. I'm sorry,
Damn.
man.
Sorry, man.
No!
Not my
Nah.
cowboy hat.
My weave.
Nah, you're right. If you are nothing without the cowboy hat, then you shouldn't have it.
Then you shouldn't have it.
Damn.
Deserve that.
Damn.
Damn.
Slayed. He fucking got
You
your
gotta,
ass.
you gotta earn this hat.
He fucking got your ass.
But one day, this hat will be on another head, and you will not like whose head
No,
this is
no,
on.
we're not doing that. We're not doing this. We're not.
We put it on the bird.
Go ahead.
Put it on me.
I'll be coming for you soon, Danny.
I'll kill you.
Right.
Bruh.
No.
I mean, you are the author. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm
Please don't.
aware. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
aware.
I know. Please, 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 please.
Wait, 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 wait.
Wait.
Please, I could be so cool.
God damn
That was
it.
Danny 2 chapters ago.
Oh God.
Yeah. Blue.
Damn.
Well,
See, I'm the
well,
only one who can make fun of Danny getting tortured, because I'm Danny. So,
I'm Voltix is like I'm literally him.
anyone else, you're gonna
I
get
feel
these
like
hands, okay?
I think Sai could make fun.
So-
Because he did it.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, he could try. He'll get another knife in his throat, but
Oh.
Damn.
All right. All right. You get to keep that. But yes, I hope y'all have a
Oh,
wonderful time. And
Jade,
to all the
yes,
chats,
guy.
buy Violinize.
Buy
Yeah,
Violet
buy
Eyes, you
it.
slut.
But yeah.
Buy it.
Bye bye.
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 deletes all the saved jokes about Danny.
Check DMs. Oh, I'm checking DMs. What? Oh, I know. I've seen it. You can't just do that. You can't. You can't just send me hot men in my DMs. I'm trying to be professional.
Me over here is making more edits.
What? You.
My throat is kind of like my vocal cords are kind of.
When was the last time you drank water, Voltix?
I've drank in 3 water bottles.
Oh my lord.
This whole stream.
Well, keep going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
punk. Keep
At least
going.
8 glasses.
Also, Fenrir, bonk.
I think I've had a little more than 8 glasses. I think it's a 32-ounce water bottle.
Damn.
Yeah, that's good. Keep going. Hydrate.
Nunny.
Drink
Drown.
a gallon.
Exactly.
What the fuck was that noise?
Oh, and don't get water.
An attempt, I guess.
Aggressively gulping. My lord. Good.
Also, for the record,
What's up?
if we are doing this next chapter, I am so fucking hyped because we're gonna get introduced to a new character.
Yeah!
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Oh
we
my
are.
God.
Uh-oh.
You know,
Y'all,
I-
chat.
you know
Wait,
what?
hold up. Which one? Wait, hold up. Which one?
Just just slightly
James-
Like
end
put
of
it inside.
chapter.
I'll put it
James,
inside
I
chat,
think
yeah.
end
you
of
should
chapter.
I think
Yeah.
you should put burps in the scripts because everyone's fucking up.
Gassy as fuck, man.
Nix, I'm sorry, but we gotta think
That's-
about our relationship.
Thanks,
Yo, we
James.
gotta. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Chat, based on
Aw,
Spook's
I'm
giggle over
doomed.
here, y'all ain't ready.
I'm doomed.
It's a fucking
Stop.
giggle! That being said, Spook's not allowed to narrate this one.
Valid.
Skillet shit.
I'll narrate again.
Shit, pop off, Phoenix.
Alright. Nyx was the last one to wake up the next morning. She opened her eyes as she was laying on her side. The previous night, she was still fresh in her mind, but her emotions were still frayed.
What the hell was I thinking?
She thought to herself as she sat up straight in bed and ran her fingers through her hair. She went through her memories from last night in her mind once more. She remembered that she originally just went for an innocent walk through the woods. The rain had a cooling effect on her hot, flushed skin.
Ew.
She remembered that once she had gotten to the edge of the ledge and squatted down, she was only looking at the beautiful view before one intrusive thought turned impulsive. She had made the worst mistake of her life, but Danny saved her from it.
Oh, that's you. That's still you,
Oh,
Phoenix.
my bad, my bad, my bad.
My bad, my bad.
I just assumed it was a fucking thought.
Nah.
He leaped off that ledge after her. Nyx's mind was still reeling. She knew Danny was smart, and she originally thought that what he did was a stupid decision. Thinking about it more, though, he was a genius.
Thanks.
Clearly. You're welcome. Clearly, he knew her pretty well by this point and knew she would never want someone to die for her. Nyx shook her head to clear the cobwebs before she got out of bed. She left her room and went to the bathroom next door. She flicked on the light and looked into the mirror for a moment. When she turned on the faucet and cupped her hands into a bowl before splashing the water on her face, the water stuck to her lashes and dripped in front of her eyes. The shock from the cold made her immediately ease. It also erased the tear streaks from the previous night, which was what she was really going for. Nyx flicked off the light and left the bathroom to go downstairs. She faintly heard idle chatter as she approached the kitchen. When she entered the room, she saw Nate standing in front of the coffee maker, pouring himself a cup.
Good morning.
Nyx turned her head to the left when she heard Danny speak. He was sitting at the table with his own cup of coffee.
How did you sleep?
He asked her with a flat tone before taking a sip of coffee, but the look in his eyes asked a different question.
I slept fine, thank you.
Nyx responded as she sat at the table.
Where's everyone else?
She asked both of them as Nate placed a full cup of coffee in front of her. She nodded to thank him as he smiled at her, still knowing nothing of what had transpired the previous night.
Reese took the girls into town to get some food. We were running a little low. And after what happened, he kind of made a rule, which is that no one goes up by themselves again. I think it's more than fair, personally.
Nate responded as he sat across from Nyx, next to Danny.
So, have either of you talked to Soul since Jack's death?
Nyx asked quietly, looking between them from under her eyebrows. The two guys looked at each other uncomfortably, then looked away to avoid blame. Nyx closed her eyes and sighed.
Man, I swear to God.
She whispered as she pinched the bridge of her nose.
She watched her best friend get stabbed through the heart by her own father. And you think that didn't mess her up?
She asked the two men sternly.
Honestly,
Danny spoke up as he brought himself to look at Nyx again.
neither of us really thought it was our place. You and Neri are closer to her than we are, but it seems like Neri might be caught up in her own stuff.
Nyx sighed as she dropped her head in front of her.
Okay. I'll talk to her when she gets back.
Nyx said as she lifted her head to take a sip of her coffee. Now that it had cooled off, Danny and Nate glanced at each other as Nyx took another sip.
Have I ever told you how pretty you are, Hermosa?
Bro.
God damn it.
Damn, we flirting all of a sudden.
Fenrir! There it is! I was waiting for it. Anyway.
Nate said quietly as he rested his chin on his palm. Nyx slightly choked on her coffee before
me too.
she brought the cup.
Sorry, my fault.
Before she brought the cup down onto the table, looking at Nate with wide eyes and flushed cheeks while he kept his face calm. Danny snickered softly, causing Nyx to look at him with surprise.
What?
Danny said as he looked between the two.
It was funny.
Oh, bless his heart!
That was so cute!
Bro.
Danny looked down and took a sip of his coffee. Nate slowly stood up and walked over to Nyx.
Sorry, señorita.
Oh, god damn it.
Phoenix! You can do it. You're strong.
He mused as he lifted Nyx's chin with his knuckle, guiding her gently to look at him.
I couldn't
Understood.
resist.
He added with a dangerous smirk before he left the room with his coffee. Nyx looked down at her lap as her face got redder, causing Danny to chuckle again.
Damn, you really are smitten, huh?
Danny asked her with a small grin on his face.
Did you put him up to that, you dickhead?
Nyx whispered as she leaned over the table towards Danny.
I don't know what you mean. You can't be surprised that he's finally showing his true feelings. It can't be really difficult, not to mention exhausting, to hide such strong feelings like that. So I imagine it was very liberating to finally be able to express it.
Danny explained in his usual brainiac tone. Nyx was happy that Danny was getting back to his old self, even though that meant he would always explain things as if they were stupid.
Real.
It was at that moment the front door opened. Nerissa, Reese, and Soul walked in, clutching paper bags.
Volma, cover Reese.
Oh shit. Oh god.
You do it now.
What page?
145.
145.
Damn,
145. Wow.
Phoenix is
We got
on
food.
it.
I scrolled down so fast just to be the first one to say it.
We got food.
We got food, baby. Okay.
We got food.
Reese announced as they placed their bags on the dining table.
Ooh, what'd you get?
Danny asked as he stood up and peeked into the bags. Nick stood up with a small smile before looking over to Soul. She noticed the dark circles under her eyes while she was smiling with her mouth. The smile didn't quite reach her tired-looking eyes.
Soul, care to have a smoke with me?
Fuck yeah. Nick whispered. Nix whispered in Soul's ear as she placed a hand on her arm. Soul looked at her for a moment before gesturing towards the front door. Outside, the girls walked down to the dock before sitting down on the end. Nix silently lit her cigarette before inhaling as she looked out into the water.
You can talk to me about what happened, you know.
Nix said bluntly. Soul eyed her carefully as she took out her own cigarette and lit it.
Do you still want to be, Soul? Phoenix?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah,
Alright,
kinda.
You got it, I believe in you.
What is there to talk about? We got Danny out of there. Soul responded quietly as she exhaled the flume of smoke. Jinx tilted her head slightly. Where the fuck did Jinx come from?
I don't know, dog.
Arcane.
Arcade?
All I saw was the X, and I was just like, yeah, I got it. Right. Nyx tilted her head slightly, as if she was forcing the words out.
Yes, but
Don't. Soul interrupted with a fierce whisper.
Soul, you can't just forget he existed. He doesn't deserve that. He was a good guy and an incredible fighter.
Nyx responded before she took another long drag. I'm not forgetting that he existed. I couldn't forget him if I tried. Soul looked down as her voice dropped. It's just... he just died like 4 days ago, and everyone's acting like they don't even care. Soul was letting her walls down now. Nyx clenched her fist. Clearly, Soul wasn't thinking about the fact that Danny was still trying to was still just trying to recover from being tortured.
Of course we care, Soul.
Nyx raised her voice as she shifted her body to look at her dense friend.
There have been so many things piling up on top of us, hardly giving us any time to breathe. Drake, Danny, Jack.
Nyx took a deep breath.
Everyone has taken a hit from the past few weeks, and we're all just trying our best to regain some normalcy. You should try it.
Nyx sounded offended. Offended that Soul, before she turned back towards the water and took another drag of her smoke. So, that's how we're doing things now? Just pretending these horrible things didn't happen? I can't do that. Soul said rather darkly before she took another drag of her own smoke. Nyx took a deep breath, understanding Soul's frustration, but not quite supporting it.
Look, Soul.
Nyx said through a sigh as she stood up, flicking her half-finished cigarette into the water.
I get you were born in the shadows, but you should really give the light a chance. It's not bad.
Nyx finished before she turned around and walked back into the house. Soul scoffed at her remark before turning back around to face the water. Give the light a chance, Soul thought before bringing her hand up to her right eye, gently resting her fingertips on the scar that crossed her eye, and stepped into the light. She stepped into the light for once, and it got her burned for life. Yeah, right.
Ooh.
Scene change.
Ooh, random Kuroi goon, and then we need also somebody to cover Kuroi.
Ooh,
I got the
it's the
goon.
secretary.
I got the goon, he says. I got the goon. Alright, Volma, you can be Kuroi. I believe in you.
The goon?
No,
Yeah, that's me.
Spook is being the goon.
Oh, that's you.
You're
Okay.
being you're doing Kuroi.
Okay,
The
this
one.
is 147, right?
147, right after the scene change.
For y'all.
Okay.
Pray for y'all.
Sir,
Alright.
Oh,
the outside help you. Wait.
that's
Sir,
just
Yeah,
the
the
that's
goon.
outside
secretary,
help you called
aka
for
the
has
wizard.
arrived.
That's
There we
just
go.
the goon. Don't worry about that. Spook's got that one.
Oh, I see now.
Who's
You
gonna?
Don't worry about it.
What is
Uh,
Shit,
Whisper is
don't worry.
violating
Don't worry. It's
his-
covered.
Okay. Okay.
Don't worry about it.
You got this.
Alright, I'll start with. Sir, the outside help you called for has arrived.
Why is he British?
You
Outsourced
asked
the
him to do
help.
it. You asked him to do it.
I volunteered, to be fair.
Alright, fine.
Okay.
Phoenix, you may proceed.
Karoi's secretary opened the door to his office and spoke as he leaned inside.
Good. Send him in.
Karoi. Karoi replied as he wrote something on a piece of paper on his desk. The secretary nodded before leaving the room. After a minute, the door opened again and a different man appeared. Is
I'm
he
sorry.
hot?
I'm sorry. Just keep reading.
Oh,
Just keep
no,
going.
he's
Just keep
hot.
going.
Oh no, he's hot! A man with dark brown hair.
Ooh.
You just got through the hair color, bro.
Okay, I read ahead a little bit and all.
I'm gonna.
Don't mind me, I've been drinking a little bit.
Oh, me too!
Oh my god. Proceed.
A man with dark brown hair that looked to be kissed by the wind approached Karoi's desk with one hand in his pocket. He wore. Oh my god, he has glasses. He wore thin. He wore thin, wire-rimmed glasses over his dark brown eyes. Once he reached the desk, he silently watched Karoi with intensity, waiting for him to finish whatever he was writing. After a minute of silence, Karoi placed his pen down on the desk before looking at his guest.
Welcome. I hope the trip here was pleasant for you.
Karoi's tone was all business as he addressed the man in front of him.
Of course, senor. It wasn't too bad. And besides, the pay for this job is more than worth it.
Why do you keep changing your accent in front of me? Explain that.
Hello?
This is spook.
My cat's screaming again. Anyway, Phoenix.
She can sense that there's a hot man.
Alright, continue.
Alright, the man responded. His voice was smooth and slightly romantic sounding. He had a thick Spanish accent as well, like he came straight from Spain.
About that job. I trust that you've already been briefed, so I'll get straight to the point. I'm counting on you to make this operation as smooth as possible for us. Failure is not an option.
Groy said sternly as he eyed the stranger.
No need to worry about that with me, senor. Especially against the few superpowered brats. The little ones are impulsive and emotional. I know just how to twist them into submission.
Oh.
The man.
Sorry.
Oh, I felt that. The man spoke with a faint maniac grin on his face. Karoy nodded subtly.
Good. You're dismissed, Mr.
Oliver.
Oh, Mr. O.
Mr. O.
If you don't mind, Gabriel, if it's all the same to you.
Gabrielle said casually as he turned around and walked out of the room. After a short time, Karoy's secretary peeked his head in again.
Nerissa, does this mean we are ready to proceed?
He asked calmly. Croy sat in silence with his fingers interlocked in front of his face.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
See and change.
Later that night, everyone was gathered in a circle in the living room. Sitting on the floor in front of the fireplace, they surrounded a board game. While searching the closets, Danny found an old and dusty Monopoly game. After a small sneezing fit, he cleaned it. He cleaned it off and asked the group if they wanted to play. The group set it up, and we're currently in the middle of ridiculing Nate for having the least money. Broke.
Broke.
No bitches, no money.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Nate cursed under his breath as the game piece landed on a property owned by Nerissa.
Katarina, are you alive?
Nerissa?
Yes, I'm sorry. I started thinking about Gabriel, and I was like, damn.
Real.
Oof. Okay. Okay. We're at the candy part, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm taking one of your candies.
Noted. Sorry. Taking my candy. Anyway, hey, just for that, I'm taking one of your candies.
Nerissa said, pretending to be angry as she reached over and took one of Nate's candies he had piled up in front of him.
Hey, Nate.
Reese spoke up, causing Nate to turn towards him before Reese lightly slapped him in the face. He slyly took a piece of candy as he did so.
Why?
Nate exclaimed in surprise as the group snickered and laughed.
Oh, that was pretty on brand.
No matter how upset you are, never insult the ladies.
Yeah.
A true man. Reese said casually as he opened the candy wrapper and popped the candy into his mouth.
What? Even when she steals all my money?
Nate protested sarcastically as he handed Nerissa a small stack of his fake money, to which Nerissa smiled coyly.
It's hardly stealing. You landed on her property. You gotta pay the rent.
Danny chimed in as he held his hand out for the dice.
That's capitalism for you.
Yeah, stealing.
Nate replied with even more sarcasm as he handed Danny the dice. Danny then shook his hand and tossed them onto the board game, quickly counting his spaces as he had to move. He groaned slightly in frustration.
Haha! Now look who's getting robbed.
Nate teased. Danny had landed on one of Reese's properties.
How do you say that word?
Nah.
Putana?
Oh,
Yes.
Yep.
Puta? Oh.
Okay. Alright. Sorry.
You're fine.
No, you're good.
Except the difference is, I won't call him a putana. I'll just call him a dickhead.
Just flat out.
Thanks, man.
Danny said flatly as he handed Reese the money he was owed. Reese pretended to be hurt as he took it from him. The night went on like that for a while. They all regained some normalcy after what happened in the past week. It was around midnight that they all agreed to call it for the night and get some rest. Danny was the last one to fall asleep, which was normal for him after his time as Damien's toy. As he finally slipped into darkness and dreams, he almost instantly pulled under heavy waves. He struggled to breathe, sinking below the water before realizing he can breathe just fine. He peers into the dark blue depths above him, tenses upon seeing movement for a moment, then a flash of white hair. Almost out of instinct, he tries to swim forward, knowing that the white hair is his sister's. Panic sets in when he realizes he can't move. Looking up in fear, he sees Nerissa more clearly. She floats forwards, reaching out to him with her face twisted in anguish. Danny watches in horror as a shadow forms behind her and takes shape into Garoi Kage, the man who killed Jack. Danny opens his mouth to scream, but before he can, a spike of shadow pierces itself through his sister, specifically her heart. Danny's eyes widen in panic as Nerissa's hand slowly drops and the light leaves her eyes. He goes to scream again, and he does. As he thrashes awake in bed, his screams echo through the lake house, waking everyone. Reese was the first to burst into Danny's room, his eyes frantic and worried.
I was muted. Danny, what the hell? What's wrong?
Reese said as he rushed into the room. Nate entered after him, then Nyx, then Sol, but not Nerissa. Danny sprung out of bed with frantic eyes. He shoved past his friends, ignoring their words of concern as he rushed into Nerissa's room. He flung the door open, and his lungs sucked in air to prepare him for a scream that would never come. Nerissa was nowhere to be found, and her window was wide open. The curtains bellowed from the gentle breeze. Hello?
We have our Nerissa.
Speaking of.
Speaking
My
of.
gosh.
Oop.
Wow.
Oop.
Because the devil and she shall appear.
Oop.
Ooh.
Oop.
And oop. Hi, Saga.
Oh. Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, ladies, I've missed everyone.
Oh my god,
Me
hey.
too.
I know, dude. I've been gone for so long, I feel like.
Ugh.
Are you okay?
Dude, I'm so tired.
Oh shit. Well, how convenient.
Anywho.
The manuscript is inside chat. We are currently on page 151.
151.
Do we wanna recap it for her?
Yeah, you
She
can give me
was-
like a summary and then I'll just
Oh.
go back and
All right, I'm gonna quickly bullet
I
list
am-
this shit off. Hope you're ready.
wait, okay. Hold on.
Okay,
Clench.
holding.
Clench.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. Where?
Page
Do I need
151.
to break your back?
The side chat?
Oh, yes.
When-
There we
No,
go.
we're here.
Alright, guys, calm down. Maybe.
Why? Oh, that's the
Relax!
Everyone relax, calm down.
Stop rushing me.
Stop
It was a
panicking!
A misinput. Calm down. You calm the fuck down. It was a misinput.
Yeah, what page are we on?
151.
151.
I hope I've been doing your girl proud.
I've heard you've been great.
Jade, you're wrong.
Huh?
Jade, you're just flat out wrong.
What do you mean?
On where
Fine.
we are, you're
Fine.
wrong.
Fucking wanker. You fucking.
Yes, I found.
Word.
Let me
Okay,
cry
so
real
quick,
though, I'm shaking.
quick recap.
What? I'm here.
I'm bullet pointing this shit off. They got Danny
Alright.
out of Damien's torture chamber, Big Pog. Damien killed Danny.
Uh-huh.
Whoa. Danny
No.
killed Damien, Bigger Pog.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah,
Uh,
fuck that guy.
Croy,
Uh-huh.
which is Damien and Soul's father, killed Jack in front of their faces, so Jack's dead.
And now
Uh-huh.
I just ended up
Um,
That shit was heartbroken.
I'm not gonna lie, I'll just ignore it mentally.
Ayo.
Didn't
No,
happen.
no, no. Yeah, wipe.
Wasn't there. Didn't
All
happen.
right, cool. Anyway, Danny almost bled to death in the van on the way back, but it's cool. Reese is an absolute goat and patched him up real fast so that they could, buy some time
Love
before
that,
getting
hottie.
back. Then Narissa healed him once getting back to the house. Quick
Oh.
little tidbit: Damien may or may not have told Danny that Narissa was Danny's sister.
Mhm.
So that's a
I
thing.
says,
Wait a minute.
yeah.
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 Mhm.
Take a minute.
Yeah.
Take a minute.
All right, Men in Black. What you? It's gone.
All right, cool.
All right, I'm here.
All right, awesome. Nate and Nyx had a fight, quite a big one, where she ended up slapping him because he said something a little bit disrespectful.
Deserved.
Deserved.
Even the
Fuck
VA
that
is like, yeah,
guy.
that bitch deserved it. Right, so that happened. Then after the fact, maybe like 1.5 days later, Nate came back to Nyx, apologized for what he had said, but had essentially been like, hey, so I don't think we should like rush into anything. Like we should like take things slow and like not, jump straight into this because obviously that's not
Broke her
working out
heart.
too great. Yeah, basically.
Too late. She's with Danny now.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
I
No.
hope you know
Yes.
No.
we were saying ship the entire fucking time.
Right.
I
So
should've-
that broke Nyx's heart, sent her down spiraling into an extremely dark place. Long story short, she tried to by falling off a cliff.
But Danny boy.
Huh?
But
No.
let me. She's
But
fine.
Oh.
her boyfriend saved
No,
her.
I'll kill you both.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do it. Do it.
Yes.
Do it.
Danny saved her life because Danny jumped off the ledge after her, banking on the fact that he did
That she wouldn't want
that
to kill her
she
boyfriend.
wouldn't want to. I'll kill you. That she
Yes.
wouldn't want to Danny to die alongside her. So she used her ability to bring them back up to the ledge. They had a little heart-to-heart, and essentially Danny being like, "You're a fucking idiot. We love you. Like, what are you talking about?"
Uh-huh. Oh.
He specifically said we.
I love you.
No, we love
You were my first.
God damn it. Anyway, right. So that happened. They went home. The next morning, it was business as usual until Nathan decided to be a silly little guy.
Oh, what a silly little guy, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And flirted with her.
Oh, damn.
Just openly, just flirting with her, just right there in front of Danny, in front of just everyone.
in front of God himself.
In
Yeah.
front of my fucking croissant.
Yeah.
Oh my god, not the
My fruit
croissant.
And that we also met a rather interesting individual by the name of Gabriel Oliveira.
Oh my fucking god.
And yes, you heard that last name right.
And I'm assuming, so Nathan's,
Baba
Bro.
or Papa.
which one?
Bro. No,
Pop-
get out.
Poppy, more like
No.
fucking Poppy. Woo.
Oh, y'all are fruit. Y'all are
Yeah,
fruit.
yeah. What of it? Where do you think Nate got his looks from? Hello.
Me, 'cause I'm a baddie.
Me.
I'm a bad bitch.
Oh my god. Anyway, okay.
Oh.
Long story short, Danny just woke up from a rather disturbing nightmare to find out that Narissa is missing.
Oh, where am I?
You're gonna find out very soon.
I swallowed her.
Find out next
After
time.
this commercial.
You're gonna find out very soon. Wow, perfectly timed plug from Streamlabs. Thank you for that. Holy shit. After a word from these sponsors. Anyway, Phoenix, you may continue with your narration.
Oh, sorry.
Nice.
All right. Nice.
Nice.
I spit out my alcohol.
Lick it up.
Damn,
Don't
magic
waste that
spitting.
shit.
Damn.
What?
Anyway.
Sorry, I got distracted by chat. All right. Nursa was nowhere to be found, and her window was wide open. The curtains bellowed from the gentle breeze. Danny's pupils narrowed as he scanned the room for a clue as his friends followed him into the room.
Dude, what's going on?
Nate asked him as she shoved past Reese. Danny ignored him for a moment as his eyes landed on a videotape that was on Narissa's bed.
Mustard on me. My bad.
Danny quickly picked it up before turning around to face his friends.
Did I say Cage or Kage?
Kage.
Okay, I was like, it's so. My brain.
I felt that.
Kage took Narissa.
He whispered darkly before he moved past the group once more to put the tape in the VCR. Damn, a VCR.
Damn.
Oh. Sorry.
Oh.
It's an old lake
Damn.
house, you freaks. My God, don't
He had to rewind before he watched it.
More to watch on VCR.
Anyway.
Anywho.
Everyone crowded.
Oh.
Bye?
Yeah, she typed in chat
Yeah.
saying that she had the dip.
Katarina left.
Oh,
yeah.
that's fine. Everyone crowded the TV. Danny was sitting on the couch, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees. His right leg was bouncing restlessly as the tape started up and Kuroi appeared on the screen. Soul's whole body seized up upon seeing his dark hazel eyes. He was standing in the center of the screen with his hands behind his back, looking into the camera with dominance lacing his gaze. His gaze.
Kuroi.
I forgot I was also doing Kuroi. 152?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very top.
I had to double check, my fault.
Very top.
Very top.
From the top.
From the top row.
Good evening, young ones. If you found this tape, then you've no doubt noticed one of your companions is missing. That is because I have use for her. You see, one of your companions, Daniel Aleta, is that right?
Yes.
Has committed a sin that he must answer for. Till I see Mr. Aleta in front of my eyes, I will keep Miss Sylvia here. Fear not, I will not harm her, unless you fail to follow my demands.
Danny's jaw clenched as he felt all his friend's eyes land on him, but he never tore his gaze away from the screen.
Number 1. I wish to see Daniel alone. However, I know you will all arrive together, no matter what I say. No doubt to avenge your winged friend. Jack, I believe his name was. So, I have taken precautions to ensure that the rest of you are sufficiently occupied. Second, Daniel is to return to me the blade that he used to murder my son. It is a precious heirloom, and I will not allow it to stay in the hands of a weakling like you. Unless you return the blade to me, along with the life of Daniel Aleda, I will not release Miss Sylvius into your custody. Have a lovely evening.
The video cut after that, filling the screen with filling the screen. I'm trying. Filling the screen with TV static and noise.
I can be Soul. Oh wait, you're Soul.
Okay,
I'm
but-
stupid. No, you're Soul.
You can do it.
No!
Go for it. Okay.
I could be
You
Soul.
got
No!
the deepest voice so far. Do Soul. You've got to be kidding me. Soul spoke quietly and buried her face in her hands. He seriously expects us to trade Danny's life for Narissa?
What the hell?
What the?
What the hell?
What the hell?
Okay, let's think about this.
Okay. Nate said as Nate said as he stood up and began pacing.
We already know where the estate is, and we know at least part of the layout. So, we just need to.
I know where he has her. The group looked at Soul as she spoke. In his office. There's a secret door behind his bookshelf that leads to a secluded room with a bulletproof, ultra hard glass cell
Loud.
he uses for solitude and punishments. I've been there plenty of times. I'll bet anything he's holding her there. Soul spoke as she stared off into space, anger peeking through her thousand-miled stare.
What a coward.
Danny said quietly as he lowered his hands and his legs stopped bouncing. All eyes landed on him.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go for it.
He wouldn't come
Oh,
after
no.
me directly.
Sorry.
He wouldn't come after me directly, so he took someone close to me to lure me into a trap. Not a bad strategy, but still cowardly. He's even made it clear that he doesn't want to fight us all at once.
Good.
Reese said firmly as he stood up and stretched his neck with a look of anger in his eyes.
Because there is no way I'm giving your life to him. So if that fucker doesn't want to fight, let's go give him one.
Damn straight.
Yes!
Also, Spook, I hope you're ready. It's time.
Oh, God.
No. Oh, shit. Homie's about to lock in. Whew.
Yeah.
I can probably take over narration for this. If y'all are cool with that.
I don't mind continuing.
I am
narration.
down. I'm down with that.
Let's fucking go, guys.
Let's freaking go.
Okay.
Let's
all right.
fucking do this.
That sounded like the AI Taco Bell.
Shit.
And a large Baja Blast?
Stop it. I crave that right now.
Oh my
That was
god.
So good. That was really good.
Whew. Anyway, chapter 13. Puppet Master.
Mm. Oh, I'm scared.
You should be. Nerissa opened her eyes after a small nap. She leaned up and stretched her arms above her head. Kuroi may have been a frighteningly powerful mafia boss, but he supplied her with a surprisingly comfortable bed. She lowered her arms and took in her surroundings. She was in a large box made of thick plexiglass. There was a bed and a toilet inside a small black stall so she could have privacy if she needed to use it. Nerissa stared off into space as she sat on the bed, her mind feeling empty. She remembered going to sleep in her bed in the lake house, but she woke up here. Her mind hurt trying to think about how that could happen. She was shaken from her thoughts when she heard a faint sound of something sliding on a track, followed by 2 sets of distant footsteps. Nerissa looked at the only entrance to the room as the footsteps approached, before revealing 2 men. One she recognized as Kuroi Kage, the man who killed Jack. The other man she didn't recognize, but he looked eerily familiar.
Good evening, Miss Sylvius.
Kuroi spoke in a dark tone that sent a chill through Nerissa. She stood up and approached the plexiglass wall in front of her.
Why am I here?
Nerissa asked him in feigned confidence. It suddenly drained from her when Kuroi laughed a little.
You're here because I need you. Your brother, Daniel, has murdered my son, Damien. This will not go unpunished. I brought you here to ensure that he will repay his debt of blood.
Kuroi stepped closer with his hands behind his back. Narissa's eyes trembled for a moment, remembering what happened the last time this man showed himself.
The only reason he had to kill Damien was because Damien tortured him for hours on end. He brought it on himself.
Damn straight, Queen. Narissa fuck. Narissa protested. Narissa nuh-ud as she kept glancing at the unknown yet so familiar man standing a few paces behind Kuroi.
It does not matter what the variables are. Blood has been spilled, and it must be repaid. If it will not be his blood...
Kuroi paused before stepping forward. He looked down at Narissa with dark and dominant eyes.
It will be yours.
He said in a tone that caused Narissa's entire body to go numb with fear. It felt like a weight pulling down her arms and legs, but she didn't let it stop her words.
Sorry, hold on.
You doing good, homie? You alright?
Alright. She asked like a statement. What does that mean?
It's more like it doesn't have the upward inflection.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Steal that.
Like, what the flip, dude?
That works.
Alright.
Yeah, lock in. Yeah. She asked like a statement.
No, you take it.
Kuroi backed away as the other man stepped forward.
My name is Gabriel Oliveira. It's a pleasure, señorita.
Gabriel mused as he winked at Narissa over the rim of his glasses. Narissa gasped when she heard the last name. She'd heard it before.
Where?
Why don't you read and you'll find out.
I was. My eyes went hazy. Holy shit. You're Nate's dad?
Narissa whispered in disbelief. She knew he looked familiar. Nate really took after his father in terms of looks.
Yeah, he did.
Sexy.
Oh. So you know my son.
Gabriel said as he looked Narissa up and down.
He picked a good one by the looks of it.
Pedophile.
No, he's not a pedo!
He's a little bit of a pedo.
Nah.
What?
Narissa backed up a few steps and scoffed.
Me and Nate? Yeah, right. He's with...
Narissa cut herself off when her mind suddenly told her to take caution. She had no idea what kind of guy Gabriel was, but the fact that he was working with Kuroi was enough reason to be wary.
He's with who?
Gabriel whispered as he leaned down to be at eye level with Narissa. Suddenly, Narissa's entire body tensed as Gabriel's eyes flashed a deep red. They glowed intensely as they peered into Narissa's eyes. Her eyes shot open as the blue color flashed into a deep red to match Gabriel's, and suddenly, Narissa wasn't in control of her own body anymore.
Answer the question, Miss Sylvius. Who is Nathan with?
Gabriel spoke clearly as he stood up straight.
Nick's Valentino.
Narissa said out loud, against her will. Gabriel smirked smugly as his eyes faded back to their normal brown color and he released Narissa from the hold he had on her mind. Narissa's eyes faded back to blue as she took a deep gasp and fell to her knees.
What the hell?
She whispered out as she put a hand on her head. Gabriel chuckled softly.
Yes, Nathan's ability was passed down from me. And yes, I know he's gifted. However, I am far stronger than he could hope to be. For now, at least. You've given me all the information I need. So buenas noches, señorita Silvius.
Woof. Gabriel bowed his head gently before he walked away with his hands in his pockets. Nerissa watched in horror, while Koroi hadn't taken his eyes off her since he entered the room.
Why did he ask me that? Why does he care?
Nerissa looked at Koroi with a mixture of hate and fear in her eyes. Koroi smiled subtly before he turned and left the room without another word.
Aura.
Aura.
Sorry.
Nerissa quickly
He's
stood
clip
up
farming.
and slammed her fist against the plexiglass.
Oh. Hey, why did he ask me that?
Hell yeah. Nerissa called out after him, but he ignored her.
I don't want to shout.
You're fine. But he ignored her and left her alone. Nerissa stepped back a few steps as her breath started hitching.
Why did he ask me that?
She uttered in a shaky whisper before she fell to her knees again, staring off into space.
Is he gonna do something to Nyx?
Ooh, scene change.
Ooh.
Ooh.
In the lake house.
I'm scared.
Sucka's not doing good, man.
Dude, I don't know. I'm like just reading this. I don't know what's going on, and so I'm just like shitting my pants.
All right, starting off with a Reese scene or Reese moment.
I swear, I'm gonna kill him.
Yeah, you are, King. Reese yelled angrily in Mary's van as Nate drove down the highway, bound for the Erebus estate.
Not if I kill him first.
Danny chimed in calmly as he gripped Damien's dagger slightly tighter as it sat on his lap. Danny? Nyx spoke up from the passenger seat. Danny lifted his head to look at her as she turned around in her seat. Are you really sure you want to do this? He's just gonna kill you the moment you let your guard down, Nyx said with subtle concern in her voice.
Well, I guess I won't let my guard down then.
All right, he replied to her with a small smile.
Besides, there's something you guys don't know. The reason Kuroi took Nerissa specifically.
Danny spoke a little louder so everyone in the van could hear him.
When Damien was torturing me, he revealed a rather shocking piece of information.
Reese's eyes suddenly flicked to Danny, without him moving his head to match. He already knew what Danny was about to say.
He told me I was adopted, that my loving parents who fought so hard for me weren't the people who gave birth to me. He also told me that Nerissa is my sister from my birth parents.
Whoa, seriously?
Nate asked from the driver's seat, glancing through the rearview mirror. Danny met his eyes in the rearview mirror with a deadpan gaze. He was not kidding.
Yes, that's why Kuroi took Nerissa. It was to ensure that I would rush to her aid and to ensure that I won't act recklessly. I'm not sure what to expect when we get there, but I will get her out.
Danny sounded stern and slightly somber as well.
We will not let you kill yourself. You know that, right?
Danny turned his head to look at Sol, who was already looking at him with an equally harsh gaze.
We're all getting out of here, one way or another.
Danny turned his head back to face in front of him, his hand gripping Damien's dagger tighter. He knew that sacrificing his life would never be fully off the table. He just had to get creative in order to ensure everyone's safety, including his own.
Let's do this, Leroy!
Yes! Oh my god. Hell yeah, getting in. Alright, scene change. Nerissa sat on the bed in her cell, trying to calm her shaking hands. Being kept in silence like this was affecting her mind. She was afraid. Afraid of what would happen to Danny, afraid of what would happen to Nyx. Her head jolted towards the doorway when she heard a set of footsteps walking down the staircase again. She stared at the doorway with a stern gaze, determined to not show an ounce of fear. Kuroi entered the room again, and he looked at her with a tired look in his eyes. Then again, he always looked tired, likely from a lifetime of fighting and stress. Kuroi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I was muted again. So I gave you the oblivion. Good evening.
God damn it.
Good evening.
Thank you. He said coldly. Nerissa didn't respond to him as she glared with hate in her eyes.
You know, it's rude to not answer someone when they speak to you.
Kuroi said quietly as he stepped closer.
It's murdered.
Well, that's good because you don't deserve kindness.
Woof. Speak your piece. Nerissa snapped back at him in a casual tone. Kuroi's eyes narrowed slightly as his lip curled in anger. Nerissa tensed as she realized that was not the right thing to say.
I have treated you with nothing but civility. If I wanted to, I could have killed you the moment Mr. Oliveira got the information he needed from you. However...
Kuroi paused as he approached the glass. He lifted his chin slightly and glared down his nose at Nerissa.
The night is not yet over.
Woof, he growled out, sending raw fear crashing into Nerissa.
You know... Wait, is this you or me? Yeah, okay, this is me.
It's
Sorry.
Kuroi, yeah.
You know... you know nothing of my family. You know nothing of what it truly means to be gifted.
Kuroi paused as he lifted his arm with his fingers pointed toward the ceiling, twisting his arm as he lifted it into the air. Next to him, a thick, ultra-black lump of darkness lifted from his shadow. It writhed and churned before it took shape. It formed into a humanoid figure with 2 legs and 2 arms. Sorry. The hands were tipped with 5 long and sharp appendages, and its face held no features other than 2 bright red glowing eyes. Nerissa's eyes widened in fear as the creature stepped closer to the cell. It looked as though it had a mind of its own as it stared straight through her, tilting its head slightly. It was making a strange sound, faint, ethereal moaning, sounded like it had multiple voices.
This power is just that. Power.
Kuroi said in a dark tone as he held up his hand. The strange creature stopped its approach, but didn't cease its staring. Nerissa looked back at Kuroi with uneasy eyes.
Having a weakling like Daniel, one who is barely gifted, murder my son is simply unacceptable. It matters not if it was self-defense or otherwise. Men like him do not deserve to continue living. It is as simple as that.
I don't know, dude. He literally killed him, so...
I don't know,
Only
dude.
cod, pussy. I don't know.
Spook! Cope, his son took the L. It's crazy! Oh my god.
We lost
Oh,
our
I
1v1.
keep taking your shit. I'm so sorry.
No, you're so fine. It was so good.
I need to quit hitting the vape.
Kuroi glared down at Nerissa as she trembled. She suddenly sprang up from the bed and ran forward to look at Kuroi more directly.
Please, please don't kill him.
Nerissa pleaded, not knowing what else to do to save her brother. Kuroi smiled softly before he flicked his arm to the side, and the puppet immediately evaporated into black wisps of shadow.
Tell you what, you take this one.
Huh?
I'm kidding. We don't always get what we want.
Kuroi mused before his secretary stepped into the room.
Sir, they've been spotted on the road. ETA, 10 minutes.
Thanks, man. The secretary said before he turned around to leave the room again. Kuroi looked back at Narissa.
Excuse me. I must finish my preparation.
He turned and walked away without another word. Narissa backed away from the glass. What the fuck? Why are people texting me?
Okay. Nice.
Sorry, hang on.
Yeah?
Anyway,
Ladle,
he
ladle,
turned-
ladle.
He turned and walked away without another word. Narissa backed away from the glass with trembling hands. Her fear was now at a crescendo, the uncertainty pushing its way into her mind. Her brain was going into overdrive along her heart as every scenario raced by at light speed. She feared losing all her friends. Everyone she held dear could be gone in 10 minutes.
It's real.
Hello!
Let's scene change.
Ooh, scene change.
Oh, it's me. All right. What's the plan here?
Nate asked as he shifted the van into park and turned around to face his friends.
There's only one way to do this in order to ensure Narissa's safety.
Danny shifted in his seat and clutched the grip of Damien's dagger.
Oh, that's all me. Oh, what the fuck? I was just searching for that. So, damn. Talk a lot. Since it's extremely likely that we will have some type of precaution in place to make sure we all don't jump him at once, I need you all to keep that precaution busy so I can keep it so I can get past it and get to Narissa. Besides, there's a good chance that if I don't walk in there alone, he's just gonna kill her.
Danny said before he could feel Nyx's gaze on him. He moved his eyes to look into hers. Danny, are you sure about this? He could kill you the second you walk into that room. Nyx sounded worried as Nate glanced at her from the corner of his eye.
Don't worry about me. I'm fairly confident in my abilities. If he tries to see me... See?
You got it. You got it. I believe in you.
You got the shot
If
in
he
you.
try... If he tries to see me, that's insane. If he tries to kill me, I'll see it coming.
Danny's eyes softened as he looked at her. His tone was calm and quiet to give her the same confidence. Nyx wasn't very convinced, however, but she left it alone because she knew she wouldn't be able to change his mind. Nate took a deep breath.
All right. Let's go.
Nate said before he opened the door to the van and quietly stepped out. The group followed him outside before stopping next to him, seeing that Nate was simply staring at the main staircase. Entrance. What? There wasn't a guard in sight. It was silent and still. Reese Poo.
Okay, this is weird.
Reese said as he looked around the front courtyard.
Like, really weird.
No, it's not.
Sol said as she stepped next to Reese.
Kuroi has a plan. He wants Damien's knife back. And he wants Danny's life. Even more, he wants to take Danny on alone. There would be no point in risking the lives of his men. We need to keep an eye out for his aforementioned precaution.
Sol said as she looked at the rest of the group.
I poked a hole
Then
in
let's
it.
go deal with this precaution.
Reese growled out as he walked towards the estate. The group shared a look before following him. When they entered the main hall, they found it just as empty as the front courtyard. Everyone looked at Sol for direction. She nodded her head towards the grand staircase. Sol silently led her friends up the long staircase, decorated with an extravagant crimson-red rug. She led them into a large room at the top of the staircase. It was posh and grand, with red and black rugs coating the floor, and large crimson-red curtains surrounding the windows. The group stopped at a large oil painting of Kuroikage hanging on the wall, staring down at them all.
Well, the guy's got an ego.
Who'd have thought? Nate said sarcastically as he looked up at the painting. The group stiffened slightly when they heard an unfamiliar voice chuckle softly in response. They all looked to the source to see Gabriel walking into the room from a door at the far end of the room. Everyone looked confused and concerned for a moment, while Nate was staring with a mixture of shock and fear.
Dad?
Nate uttered softly in disbelief. His friends whipped their heads to him in response. "This is your dad?" Nyx whispered as she looked at Nate. He wordlessly glanced at Nyx before looking back at his dad, like he didn't want to take his eyes off him.
Hola, niñito. How you been?
Yeesh. Not Fenrir in the chat. Daddy issues. Oh no.
Hola,
Gabriel said as he looked at Nate with a small smirk. Nate looked at his father with hate in his eyes. Nyx now understood why Nate never talked about his dad.
He's hot. Oh my lord. Yeah, because Nate thinks his dad's hot.
Even in your pants, man.
Incest.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, that's it. Fucking. Yeah.
Hey, princess.
Oh, princess.
Oh, princess.
I heard you have a girlfriend, and you didn't introduce her to me. Yeah, like I would.
Nate shot back with a low growl. Nyx tensed as she looked between them both. Suddenly, she heard Nate's voice in her head. Everyone did.
Heads up. He's the precaution. Mijo. I'm offended that you wouldn't introduce the lucky lady to your own flesh and blood.
Gabriel placed a hand on his chest to convey false offense. His eyes then looked up to scan the rest of the group.
An interesting group of friends you have here.
He looked at each of Nate's friends before his eyes rested on Danny.
Aha. You must be Daniel. Master Kage wishes to see you in the next room. Only you.
Yes, sir. Gabriel said as he stepped to the side and motioned to the door. The group all turned to look at Danny. He swallowed roughly before he stepped forward, gripping the handle of Damien's blade. Gabriel nodded gently as Danny passed him. Danny then turned around to give what could be his last look at his friends.
Go get an eraser, Danny. We'll be fine.
Danny heard Nate's voice in his head. He took a deep breath before he turned and walked through the door and out of sight. Gabriel turned his body back towards the rest of them, shutting the door and blocking it with an amused look on his face.
Now then, which one of you is the lucky lady?
Gabriel looked between Nyx and Sol while they both tensed.
Don't answer him.
The two girls heard Nate's voice as they stared at Gabriel with stern eyes. He hummed out a laugh as he slid his hands into his pockets.
Oh, mijo. Do you really think I can't hear you?
Nate's eyes widened in sudden fear.
You really haven't grown as much as I'd hoped. But that's all right. I already know who she is. Senorita Nix Valentino.
Gabriel purred as his gaze landed on Nyx. Nate instinctively stepped in front of her as Nyx took one step back.
Hmm? What's wrong, mijo? I'm not going to hurt her.
Gabriel said as his gaze softened slightly.
You... You're not?
Nate sounded confused, which made him even more uneasy.
No, of course not.
Gabriel said as he took off his glasses.
You are.
Gabriel
Joke's
growled.
on you, he already did.
Oh! Yowza! First of all.
Keep it up. I will use Goofy's voice for Gabriel. Keep
No!
Do it.
Yes,
Do it.
No!
Yes!
Oh
Yes!
my god.
Yes!
This is a serious chapter!
I'm sorry.
Nyx's eyes widened as they flashed red and glowed to match. Ooh, shit. Nate slowly looked over his shoulder with horror on his face. What he saw glaring back at him made his blood turn to ice.
Miss Valentino.
The group's heads whipped to Gabriel as he spoke.
Attack.
Nate suddenly yelled out in pain as Nyx's leg collided with his abdomen, and he was sent backwards at high speeds. He slammed into the wall next to his dad with a loud, choking grunt. Reese and Soul's eyes widened as they watched Nate lift his head slowly in agony, a small amount of blood trickling from his mouth. Nate looked at Nyx, and the pain coursing through his body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart.
Nate, what do we do?
Reese called out as Nyx slowly turned around to face him and Soul, who was equally shocked, but standing ready. Nate was still in shock, but his mind raced for solutions.
Reese, you have to go.
What? Why?
Reese responded as Nyx sprinted up to him. She sent a kick into Reese's abdomen and sent him into the wall to his left at breakneck speeds, causing him to let out a choking grunt alongside a growl.
That's why.
Nate said as he stood up, using the wall as leverage.
If you lose control in this room, either she's going to kill you or you are going to kill her. And neither of those things are going to happen. Do you hear me?
Nate shouted at his friend before Nyx turned back to face him and glared with an empty, red-eyed stare. His breath hitched in his throat, and his heart started racing.
This can't be happening.
Reese groaned in irritation as he stood up, but he knew Nate was right. He did not want to have Nyx's blood on his hands. Reese quickly turned around and searched for an exit. He dashed towards the window about 10 feet away from him. He decided he was going to use this opportunity to find Danny and help him if he needed it, which he likely did. Reese opened the window and dove through it, but before he could fall out of sight, he was yanked back inside by an invisible force. Soul watched Nyx glare at Reese as she pulled her hand back like she was yanking on an invisible leash. Soul swung her arm and sent a blunt shadow into Nyx's cheek.
Sorry, Nyx.
Soul whispered to herself as she clutched her hands and more shadows wrapped around Nyx. Soul whipped her hand to the side and Nyx was pulled away from Reese before slamming her into the far wall, where she let out a loud, choking groan.
Reese, go!
Soul shouted, and Reese wasted no time before diving through the window and out of sight. Nate quickly used this opportunity to spin his body to give himself momentum to try sending a roundhouse into his father's head. His foot stopped dead in his tracks, an inch away from Gabriel's head, while he didn't even flinch.
Cute, mijo.
Gabriel mused with a cocky smirk before Nate was sent flying away from Gabriel. He landed on his backside before glaring at his father with violent anger. Nate growled in rage before words took form.
Release her. Come on.
He yelled as he glared at Gabriel with hate in his eyes. Gabriel raised his chin slightly before Nate was yanked back further. He was spun around before he halted dead, his shirt collar clutched in Nyx's fist. Nate's eyes trembled as he stared into her empty, blood-red eyes as she held him off the ground.
Such language.
Gabriel's voice mused through the quiet room as Sol stared at them in fear. She wanted to help Nate, but she didn't want to risk him getting hurt. Nate's eyes swiveled to the side upon hearing his dad speak, but he still couldn't see him.
But no. I will not be releasing her. I've been paid to prevent you from progressing, and I will do just that.
Shit, scene change. Whew. Danny reached the bottom of the short staircase and entered a large room. He quickly gathered it was Kuroi's empty office. He looked around before his eyes landed on a bookshelf that was slid out of place, revealing a second staircase leading deeper. Danny took a deep breath before entering the stone spiral staircase. He didn't know what to expect when he got to the bottom. His eyes suddenly hardened. It didn't matter what he was walking into. He had to get Nerissa out of here, no matter the cost. He peeked around the doorway and his heart fluttered with warmth.
Nerissa,
He said with a sigh of relief.
Danny?
She called back as she lifted her head off the pillow. She sprang off her bed and ran to the plexiglass. She placed both her hands against the plexiglass wall. Danny jogged up to the wall and placed his hand over hers, separated only by the thick plexiglass.
I'm gonna get you out, okay? Don't worry.
Danny said in a calming voice as he looked around for the panel to open the cell. Before Nerissa could respond, Kuroi's booming voice sounded through the room.
Welcome, Daniel.
Danny whipped around and was gripped by Kuroi's terrifying gaze.
Forgive me if I sound short with you. I'm rather tired, so I would prefer if we got straight to business.
Kuroi said darkly as he cracked his knuckles in front of him. Danny stepped forward and tilted his head to each side, his bones popping in his neck, giving it more range of motion. He then smiled a confident smirk at Kuroi.
Straight to business it is then. Sorry, I thought that was Danny's line to me.
It is Danny's line.
Oh, Lamau.
What?
That's Danny's
I ruined
line.
that 20
Bro.
when you were sleeping.
You
Yeah,
ruined
died.
it!
There's nothing there.
Okay.
I can read you back in if you'd like.
Nah, it's okay. It's okay.
Alright.
Straight to business it is then.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh.
Also, oh fuck. Oh, I see Fenrir in the chat. Oh boy. No. Woof woof. Make up your mind, bro. You gotta make up
He
your mind.
answers
What are you
all of the
feeling?
above.
Oh,
One of
Asmos
the-
was in chat. Oh, honey. Oh, Asmos.
Good jump on your Kuroi voice. I think you did really good. And I also wanted to say something
Thank
too.
you.
I think you could do a really good Gus Fring, and I kind of want to.
Gus Fring.
Kind of want to hear that.
Oh my god.
I'd have to watch it all over again to try.
Anywho, so we are past the 4-hour mark, so we are going to cut at the world's worst cliffhanger.
Got here.
I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure these poor VAs are pretty fucking tired.
My
I put my
voice
fist
is
through a polar
dying.
bear.
What about a polar bear?
I put my fist through a polar bear.
Huh? What does that even mean?
You know those
How do
squishy toys?
How do you
Well, don't
fist
say you
a
fisted
polar
it.
bear?
Well, I accidentally ripped a hole in him, so I just put my fist through it.
Oh, is that what that was? Where you're like, oh, I ripped a hole.
Yeah.
Just-
And then I realized we're in the middle of the reading, and I was just like, oh, I gotta shut the fuck up.
Bless your heart, man. It's okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Fenrir. We are cutting at the world's worst cliffhanger. But that's okay, and I'll tell you why. I already
Just
have
wait till the book comes out.
I already have a date for the next reading stream.
Do we?
I've decided to be silly with it.
Oh, 6ix9ine?
No.
The
next reading stream, which will be the reading stream where we finish book 2, is on my birthday.
Let's go.
May, which means it will be on May 31st, which is my birthday, and also the release date for book 3.
Yeah, yeah, woo, yeah, yeah.
You can buy 1 and 2 on Amazon right now.
Hell yeah, you can, right fucking
You
now.
it's right now.
Right now. Go.
So,
Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, hit the bell.
So
Buy our shirts.
Buy our shit. Give me money.
Subscribe.
So
Do it so she can pay me.
We're starving. Please.
No, she said that because she's one of my artists.
Oh.
She's like, do it so she can pay me.
Decent art.
We don't pay those. We don't pay those.
To be fair, the more money that I get, the more official Violet Eyes art that you get. So.
Ooh. That sounds like a deal to me. Come on, guys.
So,
please.
So, May 31st is an eventful day, gamers. It is my birthday, the next reading stream closing out book 2, and the release date for book 3 all in one day. And if I'm feeling extra silly, and if I have extra money to be able to afford it, and if it's, available in time, I will be having another giveaway for signed copies of book 3.
Ooh. Gimme.
Let's go.
Yes, I'll be having another giveaway as well. If things go well. If, like...
I think they will.
I think they will, too.
Why did that sound like AI from like a sci-fi movie where they go to space and it's the AI on the fucking ship?
Well, to be fair,
I can't think of it.
Well, to be fair, the only
Dave,
thing that's holding me back from being able to do like a pre-order thingy is 1, I need to do another proofread because I suck, and 2, I need art from this one.
You can make $300 right now.
I'll be finished, I swear.
I believe
I
you.
will, yeah.
I'm just saying that that's what we're waiting on. You and me, we're both at fault.
Well, I have my finals like next week, and I'm gonna be multitasking hella. I'm literally writing a whole magazine, dude.
Oh,
I'm making
God.
an entire magazine, so it's not easy.
I will
On top of
bring
your
you
own pace, but make sure
300
it's
On
right.
top of working 40 hours next week, so
Wait, is it gonna be the same time as today? Yes, roughly like 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time yet again. So, yes, May 31st, next reading stream, closing out book 2, also my birthday, also the release date for book 3. Yahoo.
Or
Hold on,
2
hold
p.m.
on.
if you're best coast,
I'll kill you.
Best Coast.
Yeah.
I will slay you.
Which
Least
coast is that now?
West, obviously. Why is it so fucking silent?
The lip smack was crazy.
Man.
Oh my lord.
East Coast supremacy.
Damn, I wake up and it's over. God,
Fair enough, I guess.
That's not my fault, darling dearest. That is not my fault.
Hi, Colby. I love you.
We
Angela.
are unfortunately ending on the world's worst cliffhanger.
Yeah, I'm gonna shit my pants.
Truly a disappointment.
You put that away, Gabriel.
On a cliffhanger.
I don't know what you're talking about. I simply exist.
You put that
Could
away.
always just buy the book.
I love you too. Yeah,
You can control me without your powers.
Oh.
Oh hell no! You're freaky. Relax. Ladies, I'm right here. I'll take
Seka's
care
over
of
here
you.
like, I'm right here inside of this cell. Can you not try to fuck Gabriel right now, please?
Can you guys just shut up and get me out of here, please?
1 second, I'm fucking.
You're fucking. Let me join.
Three-way, let's go.
Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, woo. Moving
Yo,
on.
Narissa, you can rot in that cell. I don't give a fuck. I'm
Oh
going
my
back.
Oh, damn.
Oh my god.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna freak out.
I need to sleep.
I'm gonna freak out.
He goes, on another thought, I'm gonna dip. I'm just...
Sorry, didn't mean to
Not worth
intrude.
it.
Anyway, I feel
Phoenix,
like
how
I
many
need to.
billions of dollars for your voice, by the way?
What?
Pardon?
How many billions of dollars for your voice?
$2.
Girl, have some self-respect.
Hold on.
That is self-respect. I was gonna say for free.
It's at least
Wait.
20.
How do these?
A crisp
I have a
high
cool
five
character, I won't give
and a
voice.
cup of coffee. How about that?
Ooh,
I would
that's a
trade for you.
steal.
Actually, I don't like coffee, so make
Oh.
it a case of monsters.
You're fucking sold. Sold. Deal.
Case of Monsters is like $40.
And
I know.
How do these
Oh,
streams
a
always
BJ's
fall in the
$45.99
morning?
actually.
All right, you animal. Why do you know the
Plus
exact
shipping
price?
and handling.
You're crazy.
Listen.
No, I'm a monster fiend. But
Listen.
like, oh,
in what way?
Listen.
You have to clarify that real quick.
fiend.
No, literally, I've had 2 monsters today. They were both white, and they both were bought at BJ's for fucking $47 for 26 of them.
Gotcha.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, 47
He's trying to
is
order me a
actually insane, bro.
whole bundle.
My
of
dealer, bro,
fucking-
I get them for $25.99.
Your dealer?
You got a monster dealer? You're
Yeah.
insane.
Yo,
No,
drop
I'm-
his
I'm
number
being-
right now.
I'm being well. It's not a person. It's a company.
Oh, you
It's a
bitch.
it's a restaurant distribution store, and you could just buy directly from them. So I go in there and I just pick out a 55 pack of monsters and Red Bulls.
Oh,
My
Yeah.
fucking god. And
That's
people think
sexy.
that I'm unhealthy.
You haven't
I
met
went-
me yet.
I have
had 2
met you. I
monsters
met
and
you
a
like a
Twisted
few
Tea
years
today.
ago, actually.
Yeah, that's
Like-
insane
Well-
to say.
Well, okay, but like okay, like you don't understand
Uh-huh.
the amount. I once finished. Well, I'm not gonna give the time frame. I had a 5-pound bag of gummy worms,
respectfully.
and it was
Hold on,
gone.
I gotta open
I'm
my
not gonna give you the time frame. I'm just gonna tell you it
Holy
was gone.
shit, I have Hershey's Nuggets.
Nuggets?
Okay, but
Yeah,
what
I'm on my
brand of
period.
gummy
That, open the
worms?
door. I channeled so much Gabriel energy that it made the whole room hot.
Hell yeah!
All right,
Steamy.
man. They were
Hey
totally
man,
sour.
Respect.
yesterday I showed
Respect.
Phoenix pictures of Gabriel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to my DMs real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to look at him again.
Just wait until
No.
the official art comes.
Goldie, no, don't.
Huh?
Don't
That's what I'm
close
saying. You, know,
that.
you could
Official
donate
art of
some-
what?
you could donate some doubloons, get official art of Gabriel. You know, just saying, just a thought.
I'm gonna give them directly to the artist. Just bypass Jade.
Wow.
What?
If
What
I
happened?
pay, if I pay, then they go to me and not Jade.
Oh, excuse the F out of H.
Wow.
I'm g-
Trust her, she wants some personal art, bro.
if anybody is
Yeah,
seeing official art of
shirtless?
Gabriel first, it's the motherfucking author, let's be clear. It's like,
Not if I outbid.
bold of you to assume. Bold of you. Very
Play
bold of
some
you.
Gardic phone, and then you could just have like a bunch of fan art. You know, only half cursed though.
True.
Only half cursed.
Wait, what do you mean by personal art?
Personal art.
What
You know?
what did you mean by that?
Nothing
Personal
personal.
reasons.
I guess
Nothing.
you can
Don't
art
worry
You
about
want
it.
them naked?
Yeah.
Come out.
Look, I'm not the one making the
I have that power. Come on, ladies.
I was gonna say Colby had a point. I don't know.
Oh my god, I can say it now. I can say this now. Oh my god. Seka, the entire time that you were simping over Jack, I was crying internally.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
worry. I knew. You know
yeah.
what? I had a little sniffle.
You know, I had a little sniff internally, and I knew something bad was gonna happen.
Yes,
He was just too
I
good.
love this hashtag, bro.
Not the gooner.
Hashtag
Not the
Gooners for
gooners for Gabriel. This
God.
can't become a thing.
Gooners for Gabriel.
I'm a gooner in general.
Yeah, you were gooning over Jack, and I was over here like, ooh.
I'm gooning for all of them.
Literally every character is so sexy.
Just wait until you meet Ezekiel, that slutty bitch.
Oh my god.
Hashtag shut the
He's a
fuck up.
slut. I'm gonna draw him all the time, just in general.
Oh, I love that for you. Listen, he got the
No, I love it for you guys, because you guys are just gonna get free official art.
Yum.
Ezekiel,
I'm,
sluttiest waist in the series. I'm so serious.
Like with a goddamn Dorito.
Wait, when am I drawing him?
You sent me the sketch already.
Hashtag
Hashtag
erect
I need
for
to make it
Erect for
Ezekiel.
Ezekiel
I
is
need to-
fucking wild.
I need to make his waist slimmer then, right?
You've reached your
Here, wait,
limit
let
on
me-
talking. Shut the fuck
What
up.
is this?
hang on. I gotta double check the sketch that you sent me. Hang on.
I'll make
ooh,
it. Actually,
ooh.
no, his waist is pretty slim here. It's just he's gonna be wearing a jacket.
Can he wear a corset?
We had to nerf him, okay? If his
Yeah.
if his fucking
It's
waist
casual,
was
it's
just out there.
candid.
Yeah, it's candid. If his waist was just out
I'll
there,
draw
he'd be
shirtless
he'd be
next time.
far too powerful. Like
Dicks for Danny.
oh. Also, the sketch of Shadow Daddy.
Nipples for Nate.
Oh my god! We cannot do this again. We
Is Nate a
cannot do
nipple
this
fiend?
again.
I mean,
We,
Oh.
Oh,
if-
come on.
do it again.
Listen, don't
Right
say
now.
I mean.
First we had Doink
Doink
It for
for
Damien.
yep.
Gooners for Gabriel. Erect for Ezekiel. Dicks for
I would
Danny.
slobber
Nipples
for
for
Soul.
Nate.
Naughty for
Uh,
Nix. Yeah, I know.
Nice
Naughty-
for Narissa.
Nice for.
What the hell?
She's too pure. She doesn't get a sexual one.
She's too.
just
Yeah,
baby.
she's just. It's just.
Nix if Danny's dick was big or small.
Bro, okay, true.
What you know?
Like
what?
a beef for
Oh my
real.
God.
You're so right. Kinks for Croy. Oh my god.
Yes.
Sipping for Soul, obviously. Oh my god, bro. Y'all are crazy.
Jacking it for Jack.
That's good.
Thank you.
Naked for
Naked for
Nary.
Nary.
There we go.
There we go. This is great.
You know what? Autobot, that's totally
Oh,
fair.
God. I love it.
No.
Where's Vito?
Man.
Nuts for Nix.
Nuts for Nix.
Yeah, plural.
Oh my god.
Not tagging
Voltix
Vito,
is over here having the time of his life because he's got a new passenger on the fucking ship.
Oh my god. But they should be together. Okay, respectfully, I really did ship Nyx and Nate. And then I can't forgive him for what he said.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't forgive that. And then Danny just poured out his heart and risked his life for her. And I'm not saying that I'm gonna cry.
Oh my. Oh my god.
But
Until I start talking about it.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm gonna cry, but like.
they're so sweet together.
Yeah, just you wait. There's a couple more.
Oh man,
I'm
don't
not-
even
I'm not-
worry.
I'm
okay,
not gonna say anything.
Once,
Nope, can't say
no,
anything.
just wait.
Can't say
Just,
anything.
I got you. Don't even worry.
I'm just gonna say, she's gonna
True, true, true.
torture you. She will torture you.
Yep.
And
I hate you. I hate you.
Yep.
I hate you. I hate you.
Yep.
However, comma.
Do they kiss again?
No, just
I wish.
Just let me
You're
explain.
comical. Both of
You're
you are.
comical. Let me just explain. Once
No.
we
Thank you.
start, yeah. See, Colby
I
gets it.
agree, Colby.
But what about Danny and Nate?
Oh, that's something different.
No, y'all.
Oh,
that I
hell.
can get behind.
That I can get behind.
Don't touch my fucking boyfriend. Let me know if he bothers you again.
Oh my god. Anyway, once we start, once the third book has been released and people start getting into the third book, I'm not gonna give any like specifics or anything, but I will say that
Am I gonna need a scream next part?
It's gonna get
Yes.
confusing.
Is it just gonna be gay panic? Look, polyamory is a thing.
It's just gonna get confusing.
The entire fucking friend group is just dating each other.
Everyone's fucking everybody. But on the plus side, smile, when we finish the second book next reading stream on the 31st, we will be meeting new characters. We'll be introduced.
A lot new characters.
A lot of new characters.
Oh, wait
is
a
one
minute.
my slutty boy?
Ezekiel is one of those characters. Yes, we will meet the slutty boy.
That's not who I was
have
talking about.
I have to draw the first look
What do you mean?
of
Elaborate.
these characters.
Oh, well, wait, was three of them you either have already drawn or are in the middle of doing it. So.
Oh, hell. I'm gonna do
so
something
nice.
fun.
Hell.
Oh my god.
I swear I'll make the fan art better.
I fucking see you.
I'll actually
Vito.
have time.
I'm just.
As you were.
Don't worry, guys. Don't.
What do you mean by
even-
fan art? I don't like that.
I don't know if I like that
shit
either.
art.
In my mind, I'm thinking one of three scenarios. One,
Porn.
porn. Yeah, yep. One, porn.
Porn.
What?
Pardon?
A few select characters, perhaps with a lack of clothing. Next scenario
That's
is
a good idea.
oh no. Bro, I see Nate's dick. It's over. Anyway.
No.
Anyway. Scenario 2. Drawing ships that are not canon.
Ooh.
I kind of like that idea.
You just want to see
Throws
you
them out.
you just want fucking video. Well,
Yeah,
you-
because you're the one who gave me concept art for that, and I hate you for that.
You're the okay. You know, whatever.
You're the
just
one who
made
made
me
it.
sick.
You're the one who made it.
He just wants photo evidence of the festival incident. That's all he wants.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Pictures or it didn't happen.
What? Between who though?
Danny and Nick.
What do you think?
Danny and Nick.
Oh, I got you.
Oh! Fuck!
We
I
love
want to
you,
see that
Saka.
too.
And then
We love you, Saka.
scenario 3. Just straight up just drawing scenes from the story.
Dude, no, I've already ran some ideas by you.
I know. And I'm living for
I was
it.
cooking with them.
Oh, cooking. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I was cooking with
And in
them.
case anybody may or may not have caught it, the official
Wish one
art,
star.
the official art for Damien that is sitting inside the Violet Eye server right this very second, is a straight up scene just yoinked from the story. If people recall, that was literally right before Damien was about to murder Danny in the arena during the jailbreak.
Yeah, but you know, I escaped. Let's get it.
I escaped. Let's get it.
You already know, you know. Yeah, heard.
Oh my lord. Anyway, I feel
Just,
like I need
bro.
to lay down. What?
Lay down.
Go
me
to
what to
sleep.
do.
Sky, get out of here.
Don't tell me
Wait,
what
wait.
to
I won't
do.
murder
What?
you.
How dare you?
Go to sleep.
I don't do what I'm told.
Go to sleep, kitten. Do what Papa tells you.
Oh God!
Be a good girl and go to bed.
Oh, come on, Jade. Go to bed.
God damn it!
Oh shit.
I'm
Tom
gay.
Malone.
Fuck, I'm gay.
Immediately a switch up.
Fuck.
You
Hey,
can't see
man.
him, but
Okay,
unfortunately.
you. Hey,
I don't do what I'm told to. Oh
y'all,
man.
y'all
Oh
with
no.
y'all with singular fucking sexualities are over here freaking out over the dudes or the women. I'm freaking out over everyone. Okay, I'm freaking out over literally every person in this goddamn series except for Zachariah. He can go die.
Me
But
too.
I think you forget about me sometimes. Not gonna lie.
What do you mean?
Jade, we're the same. We're the same flavor of gay.
This ain't a one-way road.
I
Not
love
gonna
you,
lie.
Danny.
This ain't a one-way road.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I was not talking about my character. I was not talking
Goodness
about my character.
gracious.
My character's a one-way street.
True.
All right, fine.
One-way streets can bend.
No, that's not. Oh my god.
Okay.
Listen, I'm being so serious. One of the most popular non-canon ships, other than Danny and Nyx, is Danny and Nate. And
Don't touch
Bless.
my boyfriend.
And then anyone who says Danny and Damien, I
Yeah,
have
that-
your address already down, and I have
Unfortunately,
3
I
missiles
know
heading
there's
towards her
some
house right now.
fuck out there who thinks that ship should exist. And to
Okay,
them I
Saga,
say,
I will calm you to
Die.
make gay art of Danny and Nate. Oh my god.
Yes! I'll do it!
The amount of times that, like, that ship has been brought up and someone in the call is always just like, Nate would ruin that boy. I'm like, holy shit! Like,
Wait, remind me again, who was making those edits for Nate a few hours ago?
Katarina was doing that.
All right.
And
Oh.
yes, Katarina did make an edit for Danny and Nate.
If
Hold
there's
on.
a hole,
I'm a
there's a
DM
way,
her.
bro.
I got a good idea on how to do an edit.
What if I had told
What do
chat?
y'all mean by edits?
Just hang on a second. What if I had told you?
The simping corner.
Yes, in the simping corner of the server, there are many edits with a
Oh.
lot of different concept arts. Anywho, what if I had told you, chat? I may or may not have references for.
Huh?
What?
No. No, bro.
Yeah.
I may.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
I may have references for a few non-canon ships, such as I have a bit for Danny and Nyx. I have...
Send it to me right now.
Yeah, I was gonna
My
say
DMs.
if I had to suffer through those,
What do you
because
mean
she
suffer?
sent me like 6 of them, and I was like, oh my gosh, and I was like, and you didn't put that in the story, and you're like, but Nix and Nate, and I'm like, but
No.
fucking those pictures you just sent me.
With the babies.
What?
Don't worry about it. We'll get there. We'll get. Okay, chat. I need you to calm down. Okay. I will. How about this? How about this, chat? After stream, I will do the thing just for you, chat, because I love you. Anywho, another ship that I have references for is Danny and Nate.
Bless.
Bless.
Bless up.
Another one, I have a few for Nyx and Narissa.
Yeah. Bless.
Sorry. My
Oh
fault.
my
God,
god,
Dave, let's
Voltix!
What? What? I didn't do anything.
You're a liar. Who else?
Not in
Actually,
danger.
I can literally just open my phone and fucking look, so I don't have to try to guess. Give me a second. Oh god.
Also, Sky keeps on trying to calm me, and I haven't even caught up to like 2 of them.
Oh, I
because of
have.
this.
I also have a bunch of references for the canon ships as well. So I have Danny and Soul, and I have Nyx and Nate. Who else? Danny and Nyx, Nate and Danny. Okay, I want to preface this. I want to hang on. I want to preface this by saying it is nothing sexual, but I do have references for Nate, Nyx, and Danny.
Hold up. What the fuck?
Don't worry about it. It'll make sense at a later date.
I feel like I get the sense mostly.
And I have wholesome references for the siblings, also known as Danny and Narissa.
Okay.
I want them to hug.
The siblings ever.
Yes.
Then we got Reese and Narissa. And then we have Nyx and Narissa.
Yeah, I'm assuming that one's a little bit more of a emphasis on the whole.
Hello?
I
Huh?
want a reference of Damien and Soul just fucking fighting, just going at it,
Oh,
murder.
I thought you were.
I
you?
was so
No.
concerned for
No.
a second.
No.
Pause there.
You
Rephrase.
cannot pause there.
That
Jesus
was a
Christ.
perfectly wow. I'm so glad that you brought it home in the
I'm
end. But
supremely glad that you finished that sentence. Holy shit.
Oh my god, me actually finishing a thought for once? Thank God.
thank
It's
God.
fun.
Yeah.
Anyways, wow.
And it being fast.
Oh, Nelly, that was a rough one. Whew.
It just.
Anywho, so after stream, I will give chat a little treat, and I will post all of the references, so you guys can equally go feral over it in chat.
Crazy go for Cocoa Puffs.
Right. Okay.
Still in the bag. Still in the box.
Anyway, chat, thank you all for coming. It was so great. Also, why in the ever-loving fuck is Gooners for Gabriel pinned in my goddamn stream chat?
As it should be.
What?
Moderation.
It do be a mood.
Spookathan?
Si, señorita.
Dicks out for Damien.
Dicks out for Damien.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
Come on.
I'm gonna kill him.
I love it.
I'm gonna kill him.
Huh?
I
Speak
love
like that.
Gooners for Gabriel.
Oh.
What
Yes.
to?
Excuse me. What?
I'm not.
Rude for Nate.
I would till the neighbors know his name.
Huh?
What?
Fucking
Alright.
What?
So, yeah, chat.
Who
thanks,
said
y'all,
that?
For, joining here.
You freaks.
So, thanks for joining us, chat. It was very nice to see you all here. Thanks to all of the voice actors who came to join today. That's very nice of you. And I will see you guys next time on my birthday. It'll be a double whammy of a birthday stream and another reading stream. No, yep.
Oh my
That
gosh.
that is a no, it's fine. It's fine. That's a reference to a previous reading stream from the first book. Don't even worry about it. That's fine. Yeah, Spook was there. I think Spook was the only one who was there out of this group.
I want to run
yeah.
away.
Which side is Gabriel on?
Good question.
Was it?
I hope he's sucking.
What?
I
said what I said.
That's.
You know what? You're owning up to
Jarvis.
it.
Ban this
I said what I
motherfucker.
said.
Twitter support. Execute this
You'll
harlot.
never see me again. If you never see me again, they murdered me. This is
A deadly spook added permitted term. Bend over. Jesus Christ.
Who's bending over? Sorry, I was not listening.
Can you introduce me to this
hey,
bend
look at the
over?
top.
I don't.
I want to bend someone over. Come on.
Oh.
Do you now?
you can bend me over.
Oh my god. Anyway.
What murder?
Fuck.
Alright, chat. It's been real. I'm gonna take a shower and then maybe pass the fuck out. So hopefully either by tonight or tomorrow sometime within that time frame, this reading stream VOD will be uploaded to my YouTube channel. If you don't already, if you're not already subscribed to my YouTube channel, you should fix that. What are you doing with your life?
I subscribed yesterday, so you guys should subscribe right now.
Subscribe.
What?
You guys should subscribe.
Subscribe.
It's free.
It's free. Anyway,
For
Real
quality
estate.
content.
for
Speaking of
quality
free, you know if you connect your Twitch Prime and your Twitch Prime, if you connect your Twitch and your Amazon, you get a free Prime
Oh my
subscription.
god, I have a Twitch Prime sub right here. What happens when I click this button?
God damn
I
it.
have all these cool emotes now. That's crazy.
Thanks, Volva.
Buy Jade's book on Amazon.
Well,
Thanks for the subscription, man.
No
Uh,
problem.
Got a neat little symbol next to your name and access to fucking emotes.
Word. If my sub ever goes out, it means that I died.
Understood. Have a good day.
Understood. Have a good day. Anyway, yeah, so I'm gonna take a shower, and then probably pass the fuck out while this VOD uploads to my YouTube. And I will see you guys next time when we are going to start right into the thick of it yet again. Hope
Into
y'all
the
are
thick
ready.
of
Did you
My
just,
fault.
Did you just?
My voice is dead from screaming. So
Yes, mommy. Oh my god, not the mommy drop. Listen, my throat is also kind of shredded, hence me not being able to speak very loud, but it's fine. I'm
Damn,
just.
imagine having shredded throats. Couldn't be me.
Y'all been sucking way too much.
Yeah, spook. Yeah, spook. Keep
Could be
saying
you.
that. Keep saying that your voice isn't
Yeah.
shredded after book 4.
Oh, trust me, I'll gear up for it. I will gear up.
damn, I'm halfway through that. I kind of like half understand that. That's crazy.
I will
you gotta
moisten my throat for that.
Oh.
I know. I gotta finish the
Oh,
last.
you gotta finish that book, man. You gotta finish that.
Yep.
Hey, it says to you.
Eh,
After that, then I'm waiting on you.
Oh, no.
True. Yeah.
True. See, that's why I'm holding
Well,
off.
the thing,
That's why I'm like-
the 5th book, there's a lot, and I mean a lot of new stuff going into that arc.
Yeah.
Please don't traumatize us more than you already have.
Oh,
Mommy, please.
You guys are
So
here for
funny.
the trauma?
You're funny. You're locked in now. You can't get out. You're locked in.
You're stuck
sorry.
here
No
forever.
nobody will ever save that.
You're
Yep.
stuck here forever.
Just
I'm
wait until
scared.
book 3.
Book 3 ain't even that bad.
Compared to the rest, no, it is not.
No,
It
it
is
is
not.
not.
And like book 3's like the false hope, and then book 4 it's like, hey, so there's a truck coming at you down this hill,
Truck one.
and it doesn't have brakes.
Make a
Enjoy.
decision.
You're like, what?
Yeah.
Books. This book can make someone trauma dump on the first date.
Real.
Oh shit.
No, I just pictured someone
big old
sitting
trauma
down. So
dump
this
right there
fucking
on the table.
series. What'd you
Also,
say,
have you
Volma?
heard Violet Eyes?
No, nothing. Never mind.
What'd you say,
know
punk?
We
what
can edit that
energy-
out of the pod, right?
Say it
We
with
could
your
just-
chest.
We could take that out. Yeah, it was nasty. She took a big old trauma dump right on the table.
The energy that gives is book 1 is their happiest season.
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
just like JJK.
I was gonna say, I did realize it halfway through this reading stream that book 4 is literally the triple arc of JJK.
Oh fuck. Why do you think
And,
last Halloween I may have made a unsolicited post on Twitter that said October 31st, Aspen, Colorado?
Oh.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot this shit was taking place in Colorado. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. You just noticed that?
There's not enough guns for this taking place in America.
Oh, honey.
Everyone say
No.
Colorado.
You haven't, honey. We're only in book 2.
I know. And I hurt. Not me narrating and having to stop mid fucking way because I realize a character's about to die.
Yeah, that
Bro.
was
Oh.
crazy.
Yeah,
That was-
you weren't there.
That was unironic. I feel bad saying this. That was hilarious.
No, that was
literally-
hilarious.
I was just like, oh my god, he's gonna make it to the van, and then a black tent.
Yep.
Hold up.
She just.
It was just silence.
It was
And
just silence. Yep.
see, the reason that we can laugh about this now is that for like the OG readers, we suffered, mourned, and accepted the loss long ago. And now it's
I had to
just
just continue on. I had to pretend like it didn't happen and just keep reading.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, that was me when I read 3 books in like 2 days.
It was wild.
Just
Read
kept-
through
kept- I
read
just
through like
kept reading.
almost 3 books in 2 days straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
Now you watch the next generations going through all that for the first time. Exactly! See, now whenever new readers get introduced into the
You
story,
get to laugh
which
at them.
there's, count 'em, 1, 2, and 3 brand new readers in the stream right now, it's just funny.
Well, I can't read actually,
Take me
but
out to the back of the shed. Shoot me in the motherfucking
I'm illiterate.
head. Yeah, me too.
Hello. Oh, it's fine. It's fine, and I'll tell you why. Because, y'all get voice actor privilege, so you can just fucking read.
No.
If the book is done, you can read it. I don't give a shit.
Oh. Dead ass. I know what I'm doing for the rest of the night.
Ayo.
Yeah, reading.
Shit. I like that.
You gonna suck my dick for it?
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh my.
Dinner first, maybe?
Take me to dinner first, Phoenix.
Oh,
What?
so you can do it under the table?
What? Huh?
What?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
You know it.
Jello shots on me.
That's it. I'm calling Jeff Bezos. You guys are all banned. You're all
Oh god.
Calls the police. Hello. Anyway, chat. So, god damn it, we're almost and I'm later.
Overtime.
I'll see you. I'll see you next time, whenever the fuck that is.
Your birthday.
I might stream again before that. Who fucking knows? I don't know. I never know what's going on. But,
Fair.
yeah. If I don't see you guys, then I will see you guys in the servers. You know, online, whatever. I'll be around, living my life, whatever. But goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Chat. Say it back.
Say it back.